Every story that has ever mattered began with a single, quiet decision made in a room no one else could see. The complete history of Pokémon, from its earliest creatures sketched in the mid-1990s to the vast, layered world that exists today, is not one story, but 9, woven together by the same gentle thread of imagination and care. Before you drift any further, please consider subscribing to join the Cozy Club for more videos like this, and tell me where you're watching from tonight. There are 9 generations of Pokémon, 9 regions shaped by different ideas about what a living world might feel like. Each one arrived carrying its own color, its own rhythm, its own particular way of asking the player to pay attention. And yet all of them grew from the same soil, the same original question asked by a young designer who wondered what it might be like to share creatures with a friend. The answer to that question would eventually become one of the most recognized creative works in human history. But it did not arrive fully formed. It arrived the way most meaningful things do, slowly, uncertainly, through long periods of quiet effort and patient revision. The beginning belongs to Kanto, the region that defined everything that came after it. In the late 1980s, a game designer named Satoshi Tajiri began developing a concept rooted in his childhood hobby of collecting insects near the streams and fields of suburban Tokyo. Those places were disappearing as the city expanded, and the creatures that had filled them were becoming harder to find. Tajiri held on to the feeling of discovery that had defined those early years, and eventually he found a way to give it a new shape. The Game Boy had released in 1989 with a cable that allowed 2 devices to connect and exchange data. Tajiri saw something in that cable that most people overlooked entirely. He imagined small creatures traveling through that connection, passing from one world into another, and the idea that became Pokémon was born from that single image. Development took 6 years. The team at Game Freak was small, and the project nearly collapsed more than once as funding ran low and staff departed. Tajiri himself reportedly went without a salary for stretches of that development period, sustained by belief in the concept rather than financial comfort. When Pocket Monsters Red and Green finally released in Japan in February of 1996, they arrived quietly, without enormous fanfare, into a market that was not entirely sure what to make of them. The first generation introduced 151 Pokémon to the world, though that final number arrived only after the mysterious appearance of Mew, a creature that was added late in development and hidden so carefully within the game's data that its discovery felt genuinely miraculous to the players who found it. Mew weighed only 4.4 pounds and measured 2 feet in length, making it one of the smallest legendary Pokémon ever conceived. Its pink coloring and soft, rounded form gave it an appearance of profound gentleness, and the question of how to encounter it legitimately became one of the most discussed mysteries in early Pokémon culture. The original 150 creatures were designed with a deliberate attention to natural inspiration. Many drew from insects, reptiles, birds, and mammals that Tajiri and his team had grown up observing. Caterpie and Metapod traced the life cycle of the swallowtail butterfly with a quiet faithfulness. Magikarp, widely considered the most useless creature in the early game, was understood by longtime players as a reference to the Japanese legend of the koi fish that leaps a waterfall and transforms into a dragon, which made Gyarados' eventual arrival feel earned in a way few evolutionary designs had ever managed. The 3 starter Pokémon of Kanto, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle, were designed to introduce players to the core type triangle that would anchor every generation that followed. Bulbasaur was a grass and poison type that carried a bulb on its back, a detail that grew into a full, flowering plant as the creature evolved. Charmander burned with a flame at the tip of its tail, a flame whose size reflected the creature's health and emotional state in ways the games only hinted at but never fully explained. Squirtle carried its home on its back the way a river turtle carries its shell, compact and self-sufficient from its very first appearance. The world of Kanto was built around the idea of a journey taken on foot through tall grass and cave darkness and city streets that each felt different from the last. 8 gym leaders stood between the player and the Elite Four, and each represented a different type of Pokémon, giving the early game a structure that felt both open and purposeful. Brock specialized in rock types and spoke with a careful, serious voice. Misty commanded water types from a sparkling gym in Cerulean City. As the player moved deeper into Kanto, the gyms grew stranger and more challenging until the final badge required defeating a leader who used psychic Pokémon in a way that felt genuinely intimidating to younger players. The Elite Four and Champion waited beyond Kanto's eastern pass in a location called the Pokémon League. Lorelei used ice and water types. Bruno preferred fighting types. Agatha brought ghost Pokémon into the final stages of battle with a calm that felt unsettling. Lance arrived with dragon types that many players had rarely encountered before that moment. And the Champion, revealed to be the player's rival after a long journey of parallel progress, waited at the very end with a team that felt personal, assembled from the same pool of creatures the player had spent the entire game learning to understand. The rival of Generation 1 had no name given to him by the story. Players were invited to name him themselves, which meant that millions of players gave him their own names, their friends' names, names chosen in frustration or humor. That small act of naming made the rivalry feel real in a way that later, more narratively developed rivals sometimes could not quite replicate. The world responded to Pokémon Red and Blue, the international releases that followed the Japanese launch, with a kind of enthusiasm that surprised even the people at Nintendo who had believed in the product. The animated television series began airing in Japan in April of 1997, introducing Ash Ketchum and Pikachu to audiences who had not yet played the games and drawing millions of new players toward the cartridges. Pikachu, originally just one of the more charming creatures in the Kanto roster, became the face of the entire franchise, almost by accident, elevated by the anime's decision to make it Ash's constant companion. Pokémon Yellow followed the original games in 1998 in Japan, altering the starter selection to reflect the anime's story and allowing Pikachu to walk beside the player on the overworld map, an addition that enchanted players who wanted to feel as though their companion was truly present. The Yellow version also introduced a trio of trainers, modeled after Ash's friends from the television series, weaving the two versions of the Pokémon world together more closely than they had been before. The trading card game arrived during this same period, and it carried its own ecosystem of strategy and collection. Cards depicting Pokémon in various poses and power levels became objects of genuine value on schoolyard trading floors. A first edition holographic Charizard became one of the most sought-after pieces of childhood memorabilia in a generation, its status as a rare item outlasting the initial wave of enthusiasm and continuing to command attention from collectors decades after its printing. The second generation arrived in Japan in November of 1999 with Pokémon Gold and Silver, and it carried within it a sense of both expansion and deepening. The Johto region sat to the west of Kanto, connected by a route that players could eventually travel in the late stages of the game, making Gold and Silver the only main series entries that allowed the player to visit 2 full regions in a single playthrough. That decision has never been fully replicated, and the sense of scale it created remains remarkable. 100 gold new Pokémon joined the roster, bringing the total to 251. Many of the new designs drew from the mythology and cultural imagery of East Asia, with careful attention to the legends and symbols that had shaped the region in which the games were made. Lugia, the guardian of the seas, was designed to feel ancient and immense, a silver and blue creature of impossible wingspan, whose cry the composer Go Ichinos rendered as one of the most haunting pieces of music in the entire series. Ho-Oh, the guardian of the skies, burned in colors that recalled a phoenix and carried within its design a promise of rebirth that the story returned to again and again. The Johto starters introduced the second generation's approach to the type triangle. Chikorita, a grass type with a leaf growing from its head, was gentler and more defensive in its design philosophy than the explosive Charmander had been. Cyndaquil was a fire type that curled into itself, the flames on its back emerging only during moments of excitement or fear, giving it a vulnerability that made players feel protective. Totodile was a small water-type alligator whose wide grin and enthusiastic posture suggested a personality built for adventure. Gold and Silver introduced several mechanics that would go on to define the series for years. The day and night cycle moved through real time, meaning that a game played at noon looked different than a game played at midnight, and certain Pokémon appeared only during specific hours. Umbreon and Espeon, 2 of the 8 Eevee evolutions, could be obtained only by raising Eevee's friendship to a high level and then allowing it to level up at night or during the day, respectively. This connection between the game's clock and its creatures gave the world a texture that earlier games had only hinted at. The breeding system arrived in Generation 2 as well, allowing 2 compatible Pokémon to produce eggs that the player could hatch by walking a certain number of steps. This mechanic added an entire dimension of strategy and patience to the game, and it also introduced the concept of passing down moves through family lines, a feature that competitive players would eventually use to craft extremely specific team configurations. The daycare center on Route 34 became one of the most visited locations in Johto, precisely because of what it made possible. 2 new types were introduced to address perceived imbalances in the original type chart. The Dark type was immune to Psychic-type moves, which addressed the dominance that Psychic Pokémon had enjoyed throughout the first generation. The Steel type was resistant to a large number of attacking types, making Steel Pokémon natural candidates for defensive team roles. Steelix, the evolved form of Onix, became a signature example of what Steel typing could offer, its massive iron body trading the original's rocky texture for something that felt forged rather than found. The Johto legendary trio consisted of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, 3 creatures that the game described as having been reborn after perishing in the fire that destroyed the Brass Tower in Ecruteak City long before the story began. They roamed freely across the Johto region, fleeing whenever the player approached and requiring either patience or a specific item to reliably encounter. Suicune, the blue water beast, carried a long purple mane that floated like a pennant in the wind and possessed a quiet dignity that made it feel somehow more present than its 2 companions, despite appearing no more frequently. The games also introduced the concept of version-exclusive legendary Pokémon in a meaningful way. Gold players encountered Ho-Oh first and more easily, while Silver players had earlier access to Lugia. This difference gave each version its own identity beyond just the Pokémon available in the wild, tying the legendary to a sense of the game's atmosphere. Gold felt warmer and more optimistic. Silver felt cooler and more mysterious. The palette of each game's world, the music that played in its towns and routes, all of it seemed to curve gently toward the legendary that presided over each version. The final destination of the Johto journey was the Pokémon League at Indigo Plateau, the same location that Kanto players had visited years before. But the true ending of Gold and Silver waited beyond it, across the sea in Kanto, where the 8 gym leaders of the original generation could be challenged again with teams that had grown stronger in the years since Red and Blue. And waiting at the very top of Mount Silver, accessible only after collecting all 16 badges across both regions, stood a silent trainer in a red cap who was clearly the player character from the first generation, there to offer one final battle that the games treated as sacred and quiet and almost wordless. The third generation began with Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, released in Japan in November of 2002 on the Game Boy Advance. The Hoenn region was an archipelago shaped by water, its routes threading between islands and through underwater passages that players could navigate once they obtained the ability to dive beneath the surface. The feeling of Hoenn was tropical and expansive, and the music that accompanied its roots carried a warmth that reflected the brightness of its visual design. 135 new Pokémon arrived with Generation 3, bringing the total roster to 386. The design philosophy had shifted somewhat from the previous generations, incorporating more fantastical and abstract concepts alongside the naturalistic inspirations that had defined the earlier lists. Melodic, the elegant sea serpent that served as the game's signature beautiful Pokémon, evolved from Phoebus, perhaps the least impressive aquatic creature in the entire series, through a mechanism tied not to battles or friendship, but to a condition called beauty that was measured through Pokémon contests. The contrast between Phoebus and Melodic, between struggle and grace, was one of the most quietly moving evolutionary narratives in the series. Hoenn introduced abilities, passive traits that could modify how a Pokémon behaved in battle or in the overworld. Each species had 1 or 2 possible abilities, and some abilities classified as hidden could only be obtained through specific circumstances. Intimidate lowered the opponent's attack stat upon entering battle. Levitate made the user immune to ground-type moves. Swift Swim doubled speed in rain. These additions transformed the competitive landscape of Pokémon battling and gave individual creatures within the same species meaningfully different roles depending on which ability they had inherited. The contests that Hoenn introduced offered an alternative path for players who wanted something other than battling. Pokémon could be entered into competitions that evaluated their coolness, beauty, cuteness, cleverness, or toughness, attributes built up through feeding specific items called poffins and performing particular moves during the contest round. Contest ribbons could be earned and displayed, and reaching master rank in all 5 categories for a single Pokémon was an achievement that required patience and planning comparable to what competitive battling demanded. The legendary Pokémon of Generation 3 were more explicitly tied to creation mythology than any that had come before. Kyogre, a massive blue whale creature of extraordinary proportions, was said to have expanded the seas and called forth rainfall across the ancient world. Groudon, a towering red and gray dinosaur-like creature, was said to have raised continents from beneath the water and expanded the landmass. Rayquaza, a long green serpentine dragon that lived in the upper atmosphere, had calmed the conflict between the two and established the current balance of the world. Their relationships and the consequences of their ancient struggle formed the backbone of both games' narratives. A third version, Pokémon Emerald, released in 2004 and allowed players to capture all 3 legendary Pokémon while expanding the story to include a frontier facility called the Battle Frontier, one of the most elaborate post-game challenge structures in the entire series. 7 different facilities offered different battle formats and rule sets, each overseen by a frontier brain whose Pokémon were among the strongest in the game. Completing all 7 facilities and earning the gold symbols associated with them became a test of mastery that occupied competitive-minded players for months. The Game Boy Advance era also produced Fire Red and Leaf Green, remakes of the original Red and Green games that brought Kanto to new hardware with updated graphics, improved mechanics, and a wireless adapter that allowed players to trade and battle without a physical cable. The remakes were faithful to the spirit of the originals while modernizing the experience enough that players encountering Kanto for the first time found it accessible and players returning from the original games found it familiar. Sevii Islands, an additional area accessible in the late game, extended the Kanto story and added connections to Johto that the originals had not contained. Generation 3 was also the first to abandon backward compatibility with previous generations, a decision that caused considerable frustration among players who had spent years building their collections in gold and silver. Pokémon captured in earlier games could not be transferred directly into Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald without a process that required completing both games and using a specific transfer program. The sense of loss that accompanied this incompatibility was genuine, and it shaped how subsequent generations thought about connectivity between their games and those that preceded them. The contests, the dive mechanic, the ability system, the expanded competitive structure, all of it combined to make Generation 3 feel like an expansion of the series' ambitions as much as a continuation of its story. Hoenn felt like a world that was genuinely alive in ways that earlier regions had gestured toward but not fully achieved. The rustling of grass along tropical routes, the deep silence of underwater caves, the electrical energy of areas touched by ancient legendary conflict, all of it accumulated into something that players still describe with particular warmth. The fourth generation arrived with Pokémon Diamond and Pearl in Japan in September of 2006 on the Nintendo DS. The Sinnoh region was colder and more mountainous than Hoenn had been, and its visual palette shifted toward blues and grays and the particular white of snow. Mount Coronet rode through the center of the region, a presence so large and so central that it shaped travel routes around itself the way a real mountain shapes a real landscape. At the summit of Mount Coronet waited the Spear Pillar, a crumbling ancient platform that served as the location for the generation's most dramatic narrative moment. 107 new Pokémon expanded the roster to 493. Generation 4 introduced Physical and Special Split, a change to the battle system that reclassified every move in the game from a category determined by type to a category determined by the move itself. Before this change, all fire moves were special, regardless of their mechanics, and all normal moves were physical. After the split, a move like Thunder Punch became physical because it was a punch, while a move like Flamethrower remained special because it projected energy rather than making contact. This change rebalanced the competitive potential of dozens of Pokémon who had previously been limited by the old system. The legendary trio of Sinnoh consisted of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, three small lake guardians said to be the embodiment of knowledge, emotion, and willpower respectively. They waded beneath the surfaces of the three largest lakes in the region, calm and otherworldly, connected to a larger mythology involving two beings called Dialga and Palkia, who embodied time and space, and a third, nameless presence that was understood to be the origin of existence itself. Arceus, the creation deity of the Pokémon world, was introduced in Generation 4 through a special event that required a particular item called the Azure Flute. The Azure Flute was never distributed in any official event outside Japan, meaning that most players worldwide encountered Arceus only through unofficial means, or not at all during the original generation. Its existence was known. Its location within the game was accessible to those who searched the code, but the intended official encounter, ascending the Hall of Origin above the Spear Pillar to meet the being that shaped all things, remained out of reach for the majority of the generation's players. That unreachability gave Arceus a quality of myth that purely accessible legendaries rarely achieved. The Underground, a feature exclusive to Diamond and Pearl and their successor Platinum, allowed players to dig for items in a shared underground network accessible through the DS's local wireless function. Players could decorate their underground bases with furniture obtained from digging, craft Pokeballs from fossils and spheres found in the earth, and visit the bases of nearby players to compete in flag-capturing games. The feature was social in a way that earlier games had only gestured toward, and it gave the DS's local wireless capabilities a concrete and playful expression. Pokémon Platinum, the third version of Generation 4, released in 2008 in Japan, and added significant story content involving a parallel dimension called the Distortion World, accessible only by pursuing the game's antagonist into a space where gravity worked differently and the landscape folded in ways that recalled impossible geometry. Giratina, the legendary that presided over the Distortion World, was a ghost and dragon type of enormous presence. Its alternate form, the origin form, available only within that dimension, giving players a reason to explore a space that felt genuinely unlike anything else in the series. Heart Gold and Soul Silver arrived in 2009 in Japan, remaking the Johto games on the Nintendo DS with a feature that the original games had only gestured toward. Every Pokémon in the lead position of the player's party could walk beside them in the overworld, following along routes and through cities with animations and expressions unique to each species. The Pokéwalker, a pedometer device bundled with the games, allowed players to transfer a Pokémon into a small virtual space and earn experience and items through real-world walking. The combination of these features gave Heart Gold and Soul Silver a warmth that many players described as the most emotionally resonant of all the remakes in the series. The Johto games had always carried a particular kind of nostalgia for a Japan that was disappearing, a world of traditions and quiet places and festivals that the modern city was slowly covering over. The remakes honored that quality without drowning in it, expanding the world's content while preserving its particular atmosphere. The music, arranged from the original compositions with new instrumentation and depth, sounded like returning to a place one had loved as a child and finding it still recognizable but somehow richer than the memory of it. Generation 4 was also the generation in which the Global Trade Station appeared for the first time in the main series, allowing players to deposit Pokémon and request specific creatures from trainers anywhere in the world. The system was imperfect. Requests for Pokémon that could not reasonably be traded at the level requested were common. But the principle of global exchange it represented was significant. A player in one country could wake up to find a Pokémon from a game cartridge manufactured on the other side of the world, waiting in their box, deposited by someone they would never meet, in a language they might not read. The fifth generation represented the most dramatic departure from the series' established conventions, since Gold and Silver had first expanded the world beyond Kanto. Pokémon Black and White, released in Japan in September of 2010, set in the Unova region, a place clearly inspired by New York City and its surrounding areas, with a sensibility and density that no previous region had attempted. Unova was urban and vertical in a way that Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh had not been, and its cities felt like places where large numbers of people actually lived. Wait 156's new Pokémon arrived, and for the entirety of the main story of Black and White, only the new creatures were available in the wild. Earlier generations were absent from routes and caves until the post-game, a deliberate decision by Game Freak to ask players to engage with the new roster without the comfort of familiar faces. The reaction to this choice was mixed. Players who embraced the new designs found a roster that included some of the most conceptually ambitious creatures in the series. Players who felt attached to earlier Pokémon found the absence of their favorites disorienting in a way that somewhat colored their experience of the region. The legendary Pokémon of Unova were Reshiram and Zekrom, creatures whose designs were built from the complementary ideas of truth and ideals, of the scientific and the passionate, of the white of blank possibility and the black of purposeful action. Their mythology was tied more explicitly to human history within the Pokémon world than most previous legendaries had been, connected to twin brothers who had once ruled the region and whose philosophical disagreement had split their shared legendary companion into two separate beings. Generation 5's story was the most narratively ambitious the series had attempted. The antagonist organization, Team Plasma, was led by a figure named Kietsis, whose stated goal was the liberation of all Pokémon from human ownership. The argument that Pokémon should live freely without being captured and trained and made to fight was delivered with enough sincerity to genuinely unsettle players who had spent years playing a game built entirely on that premise. N, a character who served as both rival and foil, had been raised to believe in that philosophy completely, and his interactions with the player were among the most emotionally textured of any rival relationship in the series. The seasons mechanic in Black and White moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter based on the real-world month, changing the appearance of routes and routes and making certain Pokémon available only during specific seasons. Deerling and its evolution. Sawsbuck changed form with each season, wearing coats and antler decorations that reflected the time of year. This connection between the game's world and the player's actual calendar gave the seasons in Unova a specificity that felt different from the day-night cycle in Gold and Silver. Both were tied to real time, but seasons asked for patience measured in months rather than hours. Black 2 and White 2, released in June of 2012 in Japan, were the first direct sequels in the main series, set 2 years after the events of Black and White in the same region, but from a different starting city, with story threads that picked up where the first games had left off. The World Tournament, accessible in the post-game, allowed players to battle gym leaders and champions from every previous region in the series, the first time that such a gathering had been made available in mechanical rather than narrative form. Standing across from Kanto's Brock in a properly implemented battle, watching his rock-type Pokémon face off against a team the player had built themselves across 2 games in the Unova saga was an experience that carried genuine weight. The 6th generation arrived with a particular kind of announcement. Pokémon X and Y were revealed in a Nintendo Direct in January of 2013 with a trailer that showed Pokémon moving in fully realized 3-dimensional space for the first time in the series' history. The shift from sprite-based presentation to 3-dimensional models was not simply a technical upgrade. It changed how the creatures moved, how their personalities were expressed in their idle animations, how the act of a Pokémon entering battle felt to watch. Kalos, the region of Generation 6, was styled after France, with a central city called Lumiose that radiated outward along boulevards from a central tower, the way Paris radiates from its own center. 72 new Pokémon were added, a smaller number than any previous generation, partly because the work of converting the entire existing roster into 3-dimensional models had been an enormous technical undertaking. The Mega Evolution mechanic was introduced, allowing certain Pokémon to temporarily transform during battle into a powered-up form that changed their stats, their ability, and in some cases, their typing. Charizard received 2 different Mega Evolutions, one for each version, making it the only Pokémon to receive that distinction. The The choice felt deliberate, a recognition of how central Charizard had been to the series' identity since its earliest days. The Fairy type was introduced in Generation 6, the first new type added to the series since Gold and Silver had introduced Dark and Steel. Fairy type was super effective against Dragon type, which had long been resistant to most attacking types and had grown powerful enough that certain Dragon Pokémon dominated competitive play. The introduction of Fairy type rebalanced that dynamic and gave new relevance to Pokémon like Clefable and Gardevoir, creatures who received the Fairy typing retroactively and whose battle rules shifted considerably as a result. Pokémon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, remakes of the Hoenn games, followed in November of 2014 with a feature called the Delta Episode, a post-game story involving an asteroid on a collision course with the Pokémon world and a legendary creature called Rayquaza that had to be caught and empowered through a process called Mega Evolution to stop it. The Delta Episode was brief, but it was one of the most dramatically charged sequences in the series' history, beginning in the ruins of a fragmented space station and ending in open sky, with Rayquaza ascending to meet the asteroid head-on. Players who remembered Rayquaza from the original games found in that encounter a sense of scale that the original games had only suggested. The super training feature of Generation 6 allowed players to improve their Pokémon's effort values through minigames, making a previously invisible and somewhat obtuse system more transparent and accessible. The Pokémon Amy feature, later evolved into Pokémon Refresh and then Pokémon Camp, allowed players to interact directly with their Pokémon through the touchscreen, feeding them treats, petting them, playing with them, watching their expressions shift in response to attention. The mechanic was simple, but had an effect on how players felt about the creatures in their parties that previous games had not quite achieved. The fashion systems of Kalos were more elaborate than any previous generation had offered, allowing players to customize their own appearance through clothing, accessories, and hairstyles available for purchase in the region's boutiques. The player character's customization was so thorough that it became a point of discussion among players who felt seen by being able to adjust skin tone, hairstyle, and eye color in ways that earlier games had not permitted. This attention to player expression through their avatar was new for the series and reflected a broader awareness of the diversity of its audience. The 7th generation took the series to the Alola region, a place modeled after Hawaii with a warmth and brightness that reflected the volcanic islands on which it was based. Pokémon Sun and Moon released in November of 2016, and their opening sequence, a child arriving on a plane with their mother, standing in the tropical heat and looking at a new home, was the most grounded and domestic opening in the series' history. The player character felt like a person rather than a generic trainer for the first time, situated in a specific life context rather than simply beginning a journey. 80 new Pokémon joined the roster, along with Alolan forms, alternate versions of original Kanto Pokémon that had adapted to the particular conditions of the Alolan Islands. Alolan Vulpix and Ninetales were ice types rather than fire types, having adapted to the mountain snows rather than the lowland heat. Alolan Executor was a dragon type, whose palm tree head had grown so tall it created its own weather systems in the local area. Alolan Marowak had become a fire and ghost type, its bone transformed into a torch through years of grief and spiritual connection. The Island Challenge replaced the gym structure for the first time in the main series, asking players to complete trials on each of the 4 main islands rather than collecting badges from leaders. Totem Pokémon waited at the end of each trial, large and aura-shrouded versions of ordinary species, empowered by connections to the surrounding environment. The island kahunas, the most powerful trainers on each island, offered grand trials after the smaller challenges were complete. The structure felt different enough from the gym formula to provide a sense of genuine novelty while maintaining the underlying rhythm that Pokemon's journey structure had always followed. The Ultra Beasts were a new category of creature introduced in Generation 7, Pokemon like beings from dimensions outside the main world that arrived through spatial tiers called Ultra Wormholes. Their designs were unlike anything in the existing roster, angular, abstract, constructed from geometries and color palettes that felt genuinely alien compared to the organic inspiration behind most Pokemon. Nihiligo, the first Ultra Beast encountered in the story, was a jellyfish of toxic glass whose connection to the narrative's antagonist felt genuinely unsettling. Buzzwole was a mosquito of impossible muscle. Xurkitree was a tangle of electrical cables formed into the shape of a living thing. Each Ultra Beast seemed to belong to a category of design that the series had previously only approached at the margins. Lily, a character introduced as an assistant to the region's Pokemon professor, carried her own Pokemon hidden within a bag rather than battling with it, a reflection of her complicated feelings about Pokemon combat and her relationship with a creature she was trying to protect. Her arc across the two games was the most fully realized character narrative in the series at that point. Her growth from reluctant and fearful to capable and clear-eyed playing out in parallel to the player's own journey in a way that previous companion characters had rarely achieved. Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, released in late 2017, expanded the story of Sun and Moon with additional Ultra Beasts, new legendary encounters, and an alternate version of the story's ending that recontextualized the nature of the antagonist. The Rainbow Rocket post-game episode brought together team leaders from every previous generation in the series, the first time the narrative acknowledged that all of the games existed within a shared history rather than separate isolated worlds. The 8th generation began with Pokemon Sword and Shield, released in November of 2019 on the Nintendo Switch, the first home console entry in the main series. The Galar region was modeled after Great Britain, its landscape moving from pastoral countryside through urban industrial areas and into a vast wilderness called the Wild Area that occupied the center of the map. The Wild Area was the series' first attempt at an open-world space, a region where weather affected which Pokemon appeared and players could move the camera freely for the first time in the main series. 80 new Pokemon arrived with the 8th generation, along with the Dynamax mechanic, which allowed Pokemon to grow to enormous size for 3 turns during a battle. Certain locations called power spots enabled this transformation, and the gyms of Galar were stadium environments where thousands of spectators watched the battles, a design choice that made the gym challenge feel like a sporting event rather than a test of survival. The Champion Cup format, with its tournament brackets and broadcast commentary, gave the late game a feeling of spectacle that suited the generation's sports-inflected aesthetic. Galarian forms, following the pattern established by Alolan forms, gave certain older Pokemon new regional variants that reflected Galar's particular history. Galarian Ponyta was a psychic type of pale lavender and pink coloring associated with a forest that had absorbed the life energy of the surrounding land. Galarian Corsola was a ghost type that had died in warming waters, its bleached form a reference to coral reef degradation that carried more weight than most Pokemon designs had attempted to carry. The Crown Tundra and Isle of Armor, downloadable expansions for Sword and Shield, marked the first time the main series had extended itself through paid post-release content rather than a third version. The Isle of Armor added a practice dojo on a forested island offshore of Galar. Its story centered on a retired champion whose teachings reflected something about what it meant to train without the pressure of competition. The Crown Tundra added a snowy southern wilderness filled with legendary Pokemon from previous generations, accessible through Dynamax raid dens, making it the most comprehensive gathering of legendary creatures from across the series' history available in a single game. Pokémon Legends. Arceus arrived in January of 2022, a reimagining of the series' structure that placed the player in the ancient past of the Hisui region, the land that would eventually become Sinnoh, at a time before the modern Pokémon League existed. The player was part of a survey corps whose goal was to complete the region's first Pokédex, and the means of completing it required observing Pokémon behavior, approaching them carefully, and capturing them without always battling them first. And the result was a game that felt meaningfully different from anything in the main series, slower and more observational in its pacing, attentive to the way wild Pokémon moved through environments and responded to the player's presence. The Hisui region contained ancient variants of both familiar and recent Pokémon, forms adapted to the particular conditions of a world in which humans and Pokémon were only beginning to develop the relationships that later games would take for granted. The noble Pokémon, powerful creatures afflicted by a frenzied condition, required the player to calm them through offerings and careful positioning rather than direct battle, a mechanic that embodied the game's broader interest in a relationship with Pokémon built on something other than combat. The 9th generation began with Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, released in November of 2022, the first fully open-world entries in the main series. The Paldea region was modeled after the Iberian Peninsula, specifically the landscapes and architecture of Spain and Portugal, and its world was navigable in any order from the very beginning of the game. 3 separate story paths unfolded simultaneously, and players could pursue them in whatever sequence they chose, though the difficulty of encounters scaled in ways that suggested a general order of progression. 103 new Pokémon joined the roster, and new regional forms called Paldean forms arrived alongside a class of Pokémon called Paradox Pokémon, ancient past forms, and futuristic future forms of existing species. The distinction between the two versions determined which Paradox Pokémon were available, with Scarlet featuring ancient forms associated with a past before recorded history, and Violet featuring future forms resembling mechanical or cybernetic versions of familiar creatures. The 2 legendary Pokémon of the generation, Koraidon and Miraidon, served as the player's mount throughout the entire game, rideable from early in the story, and capable of traversing terrain in ways that no previous legendary companion had been asked to facilitate. The Terrastall mechanic allowed any Pokémon to crystallize into a shimmering, gem-like form that changed its type and empowered its same-type attacks. Unlike Mega Evolution, which was limited to specific species, Terrastallization was available to every Pokémon in the game, and the Terra type could differ from the Pokémon's natural typing, meaning that a Fire-type Charizard could possess a Water Terra type, fundamentally altering how it interacted with the type chart when transformed. The competitive implications of this system were extensive and took time for the wider community to fully map. The story of Scarlet and Violet centered on the Area Zero crater at the heart of the Paldea region, a place where time and the rules of biology operated differently from the rest of the world. The 3 story paths, a treasure hunt, a path of legends involving Titan Pokémon, and a conflict with Team Star, a group of students who had refused to return to school, eventually converged in that crater for a conclusion that surprised players with its emotional stakes. The game asked questions about belonging and memory and what it meant to protect someone you loved even after they were gone, questions that its visual presentation, compromised in some areas by technical limitations on the hardware, could not always support, but that the writing carried with care. The Indigo Disc and the Teal Mask, downloadable expansions for Scarlet and Violet, followed the pattern established by the Sword and Shield expansions. The Teal Mask added Kitakami, a forested mountain village, inspired by rural Japanese culture, and its story turned on a legend that the village had misremembered and a creature that had been blamed for a disaster it had not caused. The indigo disc took the player to an elite school in another region, the Blueberry Academy, whose underwater campus added aquatic environments and a roster of returning Pokémon not available in the base game. By the end of Generation 9, the National Pokédex contained over 1,000 individual Pokémon, a number that required its own quiet acknowledgement. The journey from 151 creatures to more than 1,000 had taken 27 years and had unfolded through 9 generations, 9 regions, and more forms, variants, and evolutionary lines than any single player could hold in mind at once. And yet the core of the series remained recognizable across all of it. A player beginning a journey, stepping into tall grass, hearing a cry from something unseen. There are patterns that become visible when one holds all 9 generations in view at once and allows the eye to drift across them without stopping at any particular point. The types have grown from the original 15 to 18, each edition arriving in response to something the existing system needed. Dark and Steel addressing the dominance of Psychic, Fairy addressing the dominance of Dragon. The balance shifted gently with each new set without ever being fully overturned. The maps have grown from the relatively compact arrangement of Kanto's roots to the open expanse of Paldea's landscape, and the player's movement through them has evolved from walking paths lined with tall grass to riding a legendary Pokémon across open terrain. The starter Pokémon of each generation have followed the grass, fire, and water triangle without exception, and yet each set of 3 has felt distinct enough that players form genuine attachments to them, shaped by something beyond type preference. Bulbasaur and Chikorita, and Trico and Turtwig and Snivy, and Chespin and Rowlet, and Grookey and Sprigatito each offer a different kind of green energy, a different posture toward the adventure ahead. The fire starters have ranged from the vulnerable small flame of Charmander to the confident stride of Cinderace. The water starters have moved from the compact aquatic roundness of Squirtle to the theatrical flair of Inteleon. The triangle has remained constant, while everything within it has changed. The Pokémon League, the structure of gym leaders, and Elite Four and Champion has been the spine of the series from the beginning, and even in the generation sets that altered it most dramatically, the Island Challenge of Alola, the open-world convergence of Paldea, it remained visible beneath the surface, the scaffolding around which each regional story constructed itself. The champion has always been the final destination, even when the path to that destination wandered through mythology and ancient history and alternate dimensions. The legendary Pokémon of each generation have collectively constructed a cosmology that grew more elaborate with each edition. What began with Mew, a small pink creature whose only distinction was being the ancestor of all Pokémon, has expanded into a framework that includes the creators of space and time and existence, the guardians of dimensions beyond the ordinary world, the embodiments of forces like strength and knowledge and willpower, the ancient past and the impossible future. Each generation added its own layer to this structure, and players who traced all of it found a world whose mythology had accumulated the density of something genuinely old. Mew gave rise to Mewtwo, a synthetic creature of extraordinary power whose origin, cloned from a recovered sample of Mew's genetic material and engineered to be stronger than any naturally occurring Pokémon, made it the first in a lineage of artificial and engineered legendaries that subsequent generations would explore. Lugia and Ho-Oh presided over the sea and sky as ancient guardians whose history extended further back than the events of the games. The lake guardians of Sinnoh were connected to Arceus, the creator deity, as fragments of its spirit given individual form. Xerneas and Yveltal carried life and destruction in forms drawn from Norse mythology. Solgaleo and Lunala moved between dimensions through ultra wormholes as naturally as ordinary Pokémon move across routes. The relationship between the legendary Pokémon and the human characters who encountered them evolved across the generations as well. In Kanto, the player encountered Mewtwo at the end of a cave after defeating the Elite Four, a moment of confrontation stripped of narrative context. By Generation 5, N's connection to Reshiram or Zekrom was a central element of the story, and the legendary's choice of partner reflected something about the ideals of the person it bonded with. By Generation 9, the player's legendary companion was present from the beginning of the journey, a relationship that developed in real time rather than arriving at a single dramatic moment. The competitive battling community that grew alongside the games across all 9 generations developed its own parallel history, its own vocabulary and conventions, and evolving understanding of what made a Pokémon competitive. The tiers that competitive players developed to categorize Pokémon by their usefulness, Ubers, OU, UU, RU, NU, PU, became a kind of second language among experienced players, a way of navigating a roster that had grown too large for any individual to hold in complete view. Pokémon that were considered unviable in one generation sometimes found new relevance when a new move or ability or mechanic arrived to change the calculus. The Smeargle, a Pokémon whose only move was Sketch, which permanently copied any move it had seen used in battle, became one of the most discussed Pokémon in competitive history precisely because of how unusual its function was. A Smeargle that had successfully sketched the right combination of moves could fill a role that no other Pokémon could occupy, its battling identity entirely determined by choices made outside of the default system. The Move Spore, a sleep-inducing technique with 100% accuracy, was among the most sought-after sketch targets in competitive formats where sleep was permitted. The introduction of Mega Evolution in Generation 6 dramatically altered competitive play by creating new powered forms that were separately tiered from their base forms. Kangaskhan, a Pokémon that had existed since Generation 1 with modest competitive relevance, gained a Mega Evolution that activated its hidden ability and allowed its baby, carried in the pouch on its torso, to attack alongside it on the same turn. The power of this combination was so significant that Mega Kangaskhan became the defining Pokémon of the competitive format for much of Generation 6, restricting the strategies available to players who wanted to succeed at high levels. The Pokémon anime, running since 1997, maintained its own parallel history across the same period. Ash Ketchum traveled through Kanto, the Orange Islands, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar over the course of 25 years, always remaining 10 years old, always beginning each region with a sense of wonder that felt genuine despite the repetition. His Pikachu, which had refused to enter its Pokeball since the earliest episodes, became not just the series mascot, but the most recognized character in the franchise, its particular combination of personality and visual simplicity making it the creature that defined Pokémon in the minds of millions of people who had never played the games. Ash's journey through each region mirrored the structure of the games while departing from it in ways that gave the anime its own character. He collected badges by defeating gym leaders in battles that were often more dramatic and prolonged than the quick conflicts of the games. He entered the Pokémon League at the end of each regional arc and lost in ways that were, depending on the generation, either instructive or genuinely heartbreaking. His defeat in the Unova League at the hands of a trainer using a Darkrai and a Meloetta was widely considered one of the most disappointing moments in the series' long history, a result that felt unearned given the strength of his performance leading up to it. His eventual victory in the Alola League, the first league championship he won after 22 years of attempting, felt different from what many fans had imagined it would feel like. It was quiet and warm and surrounded by the friends and community he had built during his time on the islands, and the tears that accompanied it from players who had watched since childhood were both for Ash and for themselves, for the version of themselves that had watched him lose so many times and had kept watching anyway. The relationship between the games and their soundtrack across all 9 generations created a body of music unlike anything else in gaming. Composers including Junichi Masuda, Go Ichinos, Hitomi Sato, and Toby Fox contributed to a catalog that moved from the simple melodic loops of the Game Boy era to the fully orchestrated arrangements of the Nintendo Switch entries. The music of each region carried the atmosphere of that region the way a particular piece of music carries the atmosphere of a particular time in one's life. Heard again years later, it returns the listener to the moment and the place with a precision that description alone cannot achieve. The bicycle theme of Kanto, bright and urgent and looping with a restless energy, became one of the most recognized melodies in game music history. The Lavender Town theme, played in the location where Pokémon were laid to rest in the original games, accumulated a mythology of its own as players shared stories of its effect on young players and theorized about frequencies that the cartridge version supposedly contained. The Elite Four music of each generation built tension in ways that players who had never encountered the concept of a composed game soundtrack still responded to, their pulse quickening as the music shifted beneath the confrontation. N's theme in Generation 5, a music box melody that accompanied his appearances throughout the story, became one of the most emotionally discussed pieces of music in the series. Its simplicity and its connection to a character whose circumstances inspired genuine sympathy, giving it a weight that more technically ambitious tracks sometimes lacked. The music of Toby Fox, commissioned for specific moments in Sword and Shield, brought a sensibility shaped by years of independent game composition to a franchise that had always created music in-house, and the result felt at once familiar and genuinely unexpected. The Pokédex entries across all 9 generations accumulated a body of writing that players have returned to with consistent fascination for the way it gestured toward the larger world of the franchise without ever fully describing it. Many entries, particularly those for Ghost-type and Dark-type Pokémon, carried details that were disturbing in ways that the game's overall tone did not prepare players for. Yamask was said to carry a mask that resembled its face from when it was human, and that it sometimes gazed at the mask and wept. Phantump was said to be the spirit of a child who had died in the forest, now inhabiting a dead stump. Drowsy was said to eat the dreams of children who slept near it. These entries existed alongside descriptions of playful creatures chasing after their trainers and water types that enjoyed swimming alongside fishing boats, creating a tonal range that was broader than the games themselves usually acknowledged. Players who read every Pokédex entry found a world with a moral and ecological complexity that the adventure structure of the games left mostly unexplored. What did it mean that Cubone wore the skull of its deceased mother? What was the nature of the bond between Mimikyu, who hid beneath a tattered Pikachu costume because it wanted to be loved, and any trainer who chose to use it? The fan community's engagement with these questions produced decades of creative work, fan fiction, artwork, fan games, analysis videos, competitive guides that extended the world of Pokémon far beyond what any official release contained. The community around each generation was itself a kind of region, populated by players with their own histories and traditions and debates, its own gym leaders of a sort, people whose particular expertise in some corner of the franchise had earned them a recognized voice. The spin-off games that grew alongside the main series offered windows into the Pokémon world from angles that the core games rarely occupied. Pokémon Mystery Dungeon placed the player as a human transformed into a Pokémon, navigating a world populated entirely by Pokémon without a human trainer system. The stories of those games consistently achieving emotional resonance that surprised players who came to them expecting something lighter. Pokémon Ranger asked players to capture Pokémon through drawing circles around them with a stylus, a physical mechanic that made the capture process feel like a negotiation rather than a battle. Pokémon Snap, first on the Nintendo 64 and later remade for the Nintendo Switch, placed the player in an on-rails vehicle with a camera, asking them to photograph Pokémon in their natural habitats rather than capture or battle them. Pokémon Go, released in July of 2016, brought Pokémon into the physical world through augmented reality and the GPS capabilities of mobile devices. Players walked through real streets, catching Pokémon that appeared on their phone screens, battled at locations called gyms that were mapped onto real-world landmarks, and gathered in parks and public spaces for events that drew thousands of participants. The game's launch was accompanied by a global moment of collective engagement, unlike anything the franchise had previously generated. Streets filling with people of all ages looking at their phones, a phenomenon so visible and so sudden that it was covered by news organizations around the world. The Pokémon trading card game online and its successor, Pokémon TCG Live, extended the physical card game into digital form, allowing players to build and battle with decks assembled from digitally scanned physical cards or purchased with in-game currency. The physical card game itself continued to evolve across all 9 generations, its set structure expanding to include not just the base creatures, but alternate art versions, full art trainer cards, and special sets that commemorated specific moments or characters from the anime and games. The question of Pokémon design quality, of what makes a good Pokémon design, has been debated by players across all 9 generations without resolution, which is itself instructive about the nature of the designs. Different players find different qualities compelling. Some are drawn to the naturalistic designs of the early generations, the creatures that feel like plausible inhabitants of a world adjacent to the real one. Others prefer the more abstract and conceptually ambitious designs of later generations, the creatures that feel like ideas given form rather than animals given names. The criticism that later generations contain worse designs than earlier ones is one of the longest-running discussions in Pokémon fan communities, and it tends to reveal more about the speaker's relationship with the generation in which they began playing than about any objective quality in the designs themselves. Players who began with Generation 1 find the original 151 creatures to possess a clarity and purpose that later designs lack. Players who began with Generation 5 find Unova's roster to be among the most creatively daring in the series. Players who began with Generation 7 find Alola's designs to be the warmest and most humanly resonant. The region in which one begins, but is the region one carries as a standard. Game Freak has acknowledged this pattern implicitly through decisions like the inclusion of Kanto Pokémon in every major media adaptation, the early prominence of Charizard and Pikachu and Mewtwo in marketing materials, and the frequency with which original designs receive special treatment like unique mega evolutions or prominent story roles. The franchise is aware that the original creatures occupy a special place in the cultural imagination, and it navigates that awareness with varying degrees of grace. The relationship between Pokémon and the cultures that created and receive it has been present from the beginning. The original designs drew deeply from Japanese nature, folklore, and cultural imagery, and those roots are visible in creatures from every generation if one knows where to look. The Alolan forms of Generation 7 made that relationship explicit showing how the same creature could carry different cultural meanings depending on where it lived and what its community had become. Oricorio, a dancing bird Pokémon with 4 forms corresponding to different island regions of Alola, was modeled after different dance traditions from cultures influenced by the Pacific and its surrounding areas. The designs that most obviously referenced specific cultural objects or figures tended to be the ones that required the most careful handling. The translation from specific cultural meaning to something accessible across different cultural contexts being one of the most delicate operations in the design process. A creature that read perfectly within one set of cultural references could feel opaque or even uncomfortable to players in another context. The best designs found the point of abstraction at which the cultural reference became a creative springboard rather than a direct reproduction, carrying the spirit of its inspiration without requiring the audience to recognize the specific source. The names of Pokémon carried their own layer of cultural translation. Japanese names and English names often operated through different puns, different sound associations, different references. Hitokaji, the Japanese name for Charmander, played with the words for lizard and for fire. Charmander worked through charm and salamander, a different set of associations reaching towards similar qualities. The translation was not simply linguistic, but creative, requiring that each name accomplish in its target language what the original accomplished in Japanese, a standard that the best translations met with apparent effortlessness and the weaker ones struggled to achieve. The Pokémon franchise turned 25 years old in 2021 and marked the occasion with a concert event that brought together original music from across the series in live performance. The 25th anniversary had been preceded by the 30-year anniversary of Game Freak as a company and followed by continued announcements that demonstrated the franchise's intention to continue expanding rather than consolidating. The celebration was subdued in some ways by the circumstances of the world at that moment, but it served as an occasion for players to reflect on what the series had meant across the span of their own lives. For players who had been children in 1996, Pokémon had accompanied more than 2 decades of life. The creatures they had chosen as their favorites when they were small remained their favorites not because those designs were objectively superior, but because the memories attached to them had become inseparable from the designs themselves. Squirtle was the starter chosen in a bedroom on a particular afternoon, and that memory made Squirtle something more than a design. Gengar was the Pokémon found in the darkened corridors of Lavender Tower at an age when dark corridors genuinely frightened, and that memory was the shadow inside every subsequent encounter with the creature. The accumulation of those personal histories multiplied across the hundreds of millions of people who had played the games is part of what makes Pokémon something more than a product. It is a shared vocabulary, a way of organizing experience, a space where strangers can find common ground through the mention of a creature or a region or a moment that both of them remember. When 2 people discover they both chose the same starter or remember the same gym as the hardest, or were both moved by the same legendary encounter, they have found something genuine in the overlap. The 9th generation, that currently represents the frontier of the series expansion, is not an ending, but a continuation, the latest chapter in a story that shows no signs of having reached its conclusion. Future generations will add new creatures to a roster already too large to fully comprehend, will introduce mechanics that alter the way battles feel, will visit regions inspired by places that previous games have not explored, will tell stories about what it means to travel through a world filled with beings whose capabilities exceed human understanding, and yet who choose, again and again, to accompany the people who seek them out. The trainers of each generation, the player characters who have walked through tall grass since 1996, have grown younger in appearance, even as the players controlling them have grown older. The child in the red cap is always 10 years old. The trainer boarding the ship for a new region is always beginning. The wonder of the first wild encounter, the sound of a Pokémon cry emerging from darkness, the decision made in those opening moments about which creature to trust with the journey ahead. All of it remains as present in the latest entry as it was in the earliest. There is something in that consistency that is worth sitting with as the journey through all 9 generations draws toward its close. Pokémon has changed enormously across almost 3 decades. The hardware has evolved, the mechanics have grown more elaborate, the stories have become more emotionally ambitious, the world has expanded in every direction simultaneously, and yet the core experience, the quiet adventure of a person and their companions moving through an unknown world, remains intact across all of it, preserved not in spite of all the change, but within it, the way a melody remains recognizable even when it has been arranged for a different instrument. The creatures of each generation carry within them the traces of the generations that preceded them. Sprigatito, the grass cat starter of Generation 9, follows a line of grass starters that extends through Rowlet and Chespin and Snivy and Turtwig and Trico and Chikorita, all the way back to Bulbasaur, each one a different answer to the same question about what a grass type beginning looks like. The question has been asked 9 times and will be asked again, and each new answer illuminates something about all the previous ones. The legendary that waits at the end of each generation's story carries the weight of everything that has come before it in the cosmology, the creation myth that began with Mew having accumulated layers and depth through Lugia and Groudon and Kyogre and Dialga and Arceus and Reshiram and Xerneas and Solgaleo and Eternatus and Koraidon and Miraidon, each one adding another thread to a tapestry that now extends in all directions simultaneously. Players who trace the relationships between these beings find a world whose mythology has the quality of something that grew organically rather than being planned from the beginning, each generation's addition both standing alone and deepening what came before. The routes and paths of each region, the caves and forests and oceans and mountains that players have traversed across 9 generations, accumulate in memory into a single imagined landscape that is larger than any individual region and belongs to no particular map. A player who has walked all of them carries a geography of places that do not exist but that feel, in the way that only things encountered in childhood and carried into adulthood can feel genuinely familiar, as real as anywhere they have ever been. The complete history of Pokémon is also, inevitably, the history of the players who have moved through it. A child who played Red and Blue in 1998 is a different person than the one who plays Scarlet and Violet today, and yet both encounters carry the same essential quality, the same quality that Tajiri held onto from his own childhood of catching insects near disappearing streams. The feeling of finding something alive in the world, of recognizing it, of choosing to bring it along. 9 generations have asked that question 9 times and received 9 different versions of the same answer. The answer has always been yes. The answer has always been accompanied by the soft sound of tall grass parting, by the cry of a creature whose name is learned, by the particular silence of a Pokeball closing around something that will now travel the rest of the road alongside you. The history that stretches between that first moment in Pallet Town and the most recent roots of Paldea is long and full and still growing. It carries within it every creature designed and every creature cut, every battle won and lost, every legendary encountered in the quiet of a cave, or the drama of a mountaintop, every piece of music that played in a region visited only in the imagination and never in the physical world. That history belongs to the games and to the people who played them, equally and at the same time. And it continues tonight in whatever way it continues for you, in whatever generation currently lives most vividly in memory, or in whatever region you are currently walking through for the first time or the last. Thanks for drifting through all of it. There is another journey waiting whenever you are ready to begin again. There is a particular quality that every region in the Pokémon world shares, something that is easier to feel than to name. It has to do with the sense that the world was there before the player arrived and will continue after the player leaves, that the routes and towns and wild spaces have their own rhythms independent of the journey being made through them. Kanto existed before the player stepped out of Pallet Town, and it goes on existing after the credits roll. Johto's seasons turned before the player arrived at New Bark Town, and they will continue turning. This quality of world persistence is what makes returning to a region feel different from entering it for the first time, and it is one of the quiet achievements of the series across all 9 generations. The Pokémon that inhabit each region contribute to that persistence them in ways that the games never fully articulate, but that players feel nonetheless. A Geodude encountered on Route 3 is not the same Geodude encountered at the base of Mount Moon, even though they carry the same statistics and the same moveset. The context has changed. The player has changed. The encounter is different not because the creature is different, but because the relationship between the player and the world has deepened in the distance between the two locations. This attention to place, to the specificity of encounter, and the geography of the journey is part of what distinguishes Pokémon from other creature collection games that followed in its commercial wake. The world is not merely a backdrop for the mechanical systems of capturing and battling. It is a presence in its own right, something that the player moves through and is moved by, something that accumulates meaning with each step taken across routes that begin familiar and gradually become known. The Pokédex as an object, as a concept, as a goal, has been present in every main series game since the beginning. Professor Oak handed it to the player in Pallet Town with the instruction to complete it, to find every Pokémon and record their data. That instruction has never been fully achievable within a single game. Certain Pokémon have always required trading with other players, attending specific events, or connecting games across generations. But the aspiration has remained constant. The Pokédex as a project, extending beyond any single playthrough and requiring collaboration with the wider community of players, is one of the design decisions that made Pokémon social in a way that purely single-player games cannot be. The National Pokédex, tracking the entire roster across all games, rather than just the regional creatures available in any specific entry, became a project measured in years for the most dedicated collectors. Each new generation added new creatures to the total, and events distributing legendary Pokémon occurred on specific dates for limited windows, meaning that players who missed an event had no official way to complete their Pokédex without trading with someone who had been present. The scarcity of event Pokémon created both frustration and community, as players sought out others who could help them fill the gaps that offline play could not address. The completion of the National Pokédex in any generation required not just catching, but also evolving and registering forms and trading versions and connecting with players using different cartridges, a set of social requirements that made the goal feel genuinely communal rather than merely personal. Players who completed it often described a feeling of anticlimax mixed with genuine satisfaction, the diploma or certificate awarded by the game being both less and more than what the journey had been worth. The gym leaders of the series across all 9 generations constitute a particular kind of caste, recurring figures whose role is defined by type specialization, but whose personalities, stories, and designs have grown more elaborate with each generation. Brock and Misty of Kanto were archetypes, the rock specialist and the water specialist rendered in the broad strokes appropriate to an early game, memorable through repetition and cultural saturation rather than through the depth of their characterization. Claire of Johto refused to hand over the rising badge after her defeat, a moment that had the texture of real, stubborn pride. Fantina of Sinnoh was a performer, her ghost-type gym decorated as a dance hall. Elisa of Unova was a model, her electric gym styled as a fashion runway. Nessa of Galar was a professional athlete whose water-type gym occupied a stadium venue, crowds cheering behind her. The progression from archetype to character across the generations of gym leaders reflects a broader evolution in how the games thought about their supporting cast. Early games populated their worlds with characters who served mechanical functions. The gym leader is the obstacle between the player and the next badge. The professor is the provider of knowledge and items. The rival is the measure of the player's progress. Later games gave those same roles to characters who felt like they had histories and motivations and relationships that extended beyond their function in the player's story. The champions of each region, Blue, Lance, Steven, Wallace, Cynthia, Alder, Diantha, Kukui, Leon, Gita, represent the pinnacle of the journey in each generation, and have ranged from the dismissive arrogance of the original rival-turned-champion to the warm mentorship of Leon, whose championship had made him the most beloved figure in Galar, and whose loss to the player at the story's climax was both an ending and a beginning. Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, has maintained her status as perhaps the most respected champion figure in the series' long history, her team composition and her personality both carrying a gravity that players who encountered her at the end of Pearl or Diamond still describe with particular feeling. The post-game content of each generation has offered some of the series' most ambitious, mechanical, and narrative challenges. The Battle Tower, a facility where players could climb through consecutive battles against increasingly powerful opponents for prize currency, appeared in Generation 2 and returned in various forms across subsequent generations. The Battle Frontier of Emerald expanded this concept to 7 different facilities with different formats. The Battle Maison of Kalos, the Battle Tree of Alola, the Battle Tower of Galar. Each iteration refined the concept, and the highest streak achievable in any of these facilities became a benchmark that competitive players pursued with the same intensity they brought to tournament play. The post-game legendary encounters of each generation, often locked behind completion of the main story, the acquisition of specific items, or the navigation of locations not available during the normal progression, represented the game's most cryptic and elaborate puzzles. The Regi Trio of Hoenn required deciphering braille messages inscribed on cave walls, using Pokémon with specific abilities in specific locations, and waiting in silence for enough game time to pass. The Regis of Hoenn were among the most elaborate puzzle Pokémon in the series, their obtainment requiring a level of dedicated investigation that felt appropriate to the ancient, inscrutable nature of the creatures themselves. Spiritomb, introduced in Generation 4, could be encountered only by speaking to an underground stone a specific number of times while connected to other players through the DS wireless system. The requirement for social interaction to obtain a wild Pokémon was unusual enough that Spiritomb's obtainment became a notable shared experience among players of Diamond and Pearl, something discussed in schools and online communities as a puzzle that required collective knowledge to solve. The evolution methods of each generation have grown more varied and more inventive across the series' history. The original games used three methods: leveling up to a specific level, using an evolution stone, and trading with another player. Generation 2 added friendship as an evolution trigger, time of day as a modifier, and held items as a requirement for trade evolutions. Subsequent generations added location-based evolution, move-based evolution, knowing specific moves when traded, having specific Pokémon in the party during leveling, and in later generations, methods as specific as using a particular console's gyroscope or having one's game connected to a particular external application. Sylveon, the fairy type evolution introduced in Generation 6, required high affinity with Eevee through the Pokemon Amy system and at least one fairy type move in Eevee's moveset. The combination of relationship measurement and type-based knowledge felt appropriate to a creature whose design was built around bonds of trust and emotional connection. Inkay, introduced in the same generation, evolved into Malamar only when the player leveled it up while physically holding their 3DS upside down, a requirement that became one of the most shared pieces of Pokémon trivia in the Generation 6 period. The friendship evolution mechanic introduced with Chansey into Blissey and Golbat into Crobat in Generation 2 extended through subsequent generations to cover an increasingly large number of Pokémon. The concept underlying it, that a Pokémon's relationship with its trainer could catalyze a physical transformation, was both mechanically elegant and thematically rich, suggesting that the bonds formed during a journey had real consequences in the world, that care and attention returned something tangible. The shininess mechanics, the 1 in 4,096 chance that any wild Pokémon would be found in an alternate color scheme, had been present since Generation 2 and had grown into one of the most extensively pursued goals in the series' long history by the time later generations arrived. Shiny hunting, the practice of deliberately encountering Pokémon repeatedly until a shiny appeared, developed its own vocabulary and community around the television-like patience it required. Masuda method breeding, chaining in the Pokéradar, fishing chains, SOS chaining in Alola, sandwich-boosted encounters in Paldea. Each generation introduced new methods that altered the odds or the approach, but preserved the essential quality of the pursuit. The value placed on shiny Pokémon was never mechanical. A shiny Charizard was not stronger than an ordinary Charizard. Its combat statistics were identical, its abilities the same, its moveset drawn from the same pool. What the shiny offered was rarity, the visible proof of an encounter whose odds were low enough to make it feel meaningful when it happened. Players who had hunted for hundreds of hours for a specific shiny Pokémon described the moment of finding it, with language that suggested something close to the feeling Tajiri had described when catching insects as a child, the sudden particular pleasure of finding something rare and living in the world. The community that formed around shiny hunting was one of the most specific and dedicated within the broader Pokémon fandom. Videos documenting shiny encounters, shared with live reactions, accumulated millions of views. The vocabulary of the community, a shiny that appeared with an unusual name, being called a false positive, the specific anxiety of a Pokémon that moved in a way that suggested shininess before the colors fully loaded being called a heart attack moment, reflected the intensity of investment that the pursuit generated. The trading systems of each generation built community in ways that the solitary act of playing through a route could not. The original cable link system of red and blue required physical proximity, a cord stretched between two Game Boys on a shared surface, an act of deliberate social engagement. The wireless systems of later handhelds reduced that requirement, but maintained the one-to-one quality of a direct trade. The global trade system, introduced in Generation 4, changed the scale of trading from local to global, allowing Pokémon to cross time zones and language barriers between players who never met. Wonder Trade, introduced in Generation 6, allowed players to trade a Pokémon chosen at random for another Pokémon chosen at random by some anonymous trainer somewhere in the world. The result was unpredictable. A player might deposit a Pokémon they considered ordinary and receive a rare creature they had never seen before, or they might deposit a creature they had carefully prepared and receive one of the most common early game species. The randomness was part of the appeal, the way the system compressed the vastness of the community into a single gesture made without expectations. The trading events that occurred at official gatherings, Nintendo World events, Pokémon centers, game store promotions, created gatherings of players in physical spaces, people who would not otherwise have occupied the same room, finding a common purpose in the act of connecting their devices and sharing creatures. The social spaces around these events had something of the character of the original insect-catching communities that Tajiri had remembered from his childhood, people brought together by the shared experience of finding and exchanging living things. The music of the roots, those looping compositions that accompanied the player across the distances of each region, carried within them something of what it means to move through an unfamiliar landscape with a purpose that is partly unknown. The Route 1 theme of Kanto, simple and ascending, suggested the beginning of something without specifying what that something was. The route themes of later generations grew more complex, more harmonically varied, more attentive to the specific quality of the landscape they accompanied. The tropical warmth of Alola's roots, the crisp mountain air of Sinnoh's northern paths, the urban energy of Unava's bridges. The town themes were often more contained and more melancholy, suggesting places where people had put down roots and built lives adjacent to the player's journey rather than within it. The theme of Lavender Town in Kanto achieved a particular kind of fame, its sparse, off-key composition creating unease in a way that players who encountered it as children still describe with reference to the specific feeling of approaching that location for the first time, the way the music signaled that something in this place was different, that the lightness of the journey had arrived somewhere heavier. The legendary encounter themes of each generation, the music that played when the player stood before Mewtwo, before Lugia, before Rayquaza, before Giratina, before Zekrom, before Avoltal, before Necrozma, in its most terrible form, were among the most technically ambitious pieces in the entire series, designed to carry the weight of the moment they accompanied and to feel like approaching something genuinely ancient and genuinely powerful. The best of them succeeded in this. They arrived with a quality that could not be replicated by simply turning the music up louder or adding more instruments, a quality that had to do with how they moved and paused and returned to their themes. The concept of version exclusivity, present since the very beginning, with red and blue offering different Pokémon in each version's wild encounters, has been one of the series' most durable design decisions. The mechanical justification was simple. Each version needed to offer something the other did not, creating a reason for players who owned both to trade, rather than simply playing one and ignoring the other. The social justification was simpler still. Two players with different versions, sitting across a trading table from each other, had something to offer each other that could not be obtained any other way. The version mascots, the legendary Pokémon whose images appeared on the packaging of each version, came to define the aesthetic identity of their respective games in ways that extended beyond their mechanical roles. Groudon and Kyogre suggested something about the quality of each version, the terrestrial weight of Ruby against the oceanic depth of Sapphire. Dialga and Palkia carried their own opposition, time against space, the fixed quality of the past against the expansive quality of dimension. Reshiram and Zekrom offered truth against ideals, the scientific mind against the passionate one, each version inviting its player to consider which of those values they felt more drawn to. The decisions about which version to purchase was often made by children on the basis of which Pokémon on the packaging appealed more visually, a choice made in seconds in a store aisle that then shaped the entire texture of the following months. Players who purchased Ruby met Groudon. Players who purchased Sapphire met Kyogre. The choice felt small and was actually vast, a fork in the road whose implications accumulated through hundreds of hours of play. The Eevee line across the entire series' history represents one of the most sustained explorations of a single design concept in gaming. Eevee, introduced in Generation 1 as an unstable genetic Pokémon capable of evolving in multiple directions, had 3 evolutions in the original games: Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon, corresponding to water, electric, and fire. Generation 2 added Espeon and Umbreon, psychic and dark types obtained through friendship at specific times of day. Generation 4 added Leafeon and Glaceon, grass and ice types obtained in specific locations. Generation 6 added Sylveon, the fairy type. 8 total evolutions, each one a different answer to the question of what Eevee might become. The attachment that players formed to specific evolutions went beyond the usual type preference that shaped most Pokémon choices. Eeveeolutions carried the quality of the original creature, Eevee's round-eared, wide-eyed appearance suggesting a fundamental openness to possibility, transformed into something more defined, more committed. A player who chose Vaporeon was choosing the sea. A player who chose Umbreon was choosing the night. The Eevee line made visible something that most evolutionary lines only implied, that the choice of what a creature would become was meaningful, that the becoming was a journey rather than simply a destination. The possibility of further evolutions was a persistent subject of fan discussion across all the generations that passed without adding a new one. The remaining types, Ghost, Ground, Fighting, Poison, Bug, Rock, Dragon, Normal, Steel, were each argued for by segments of the community. Concept art circulated for imagined designs, names were proposed, typing interactions were calculated. The conversation itself became a kind of game, the speculation about what could be as engaging as the certainty of what was. The Pokémon world's geography across all 9 regions, considered as a single accumulated landscape, has certain consistent features that hint at a world with its own physical logic. Mountains appear in each region, often at its center or at its highest point, often associated with legendary Pokémon. Mount Silver in Kanto Johto, Mount Coronet in Sinnoh, Mount Lanakila in Alola, Glaciado Mountain in Paldea, each one a vertical axis around which the region organizes itself, the sky at its peak carrying a particular quality of exposure and arrival. The player who reaches the summit of any Pokémon mountain has traveled further from the starting town than from any other point in the region, and the distance is felt in the feet as much as in the game's step counter. Water routes appear in every region, the sea or lake connecting locations that land routes cannot reach, requiring specific abilities or items to traverse. The dive mechanic of Generation 3, descending below Hoenn's surface into underwater passages where seaweed swayed and ancient ruins waited in the current, was the most immersive expression of what water routes could offer. The feeling of moving through that underwater space, slower, quieter, surrounded by a different quality of darkness, was unlike anything the routes above the surface provided. Caves have been present since Kanto's Mount Moon and the dark tunnels of Pewter City's outskirts, spaces without ambient light where players needed a specific move or item to navigate, the darkness pressing in around the small pool of illumination that the flash move or repel's influence provided. The caves of each region have carried a specific quality, shaped by their position in the journey and what they contained, The fossils of Mount Moon, the ghost of Lavender Tower above, the granite silences of Granite Cave in Hoenn, the ancient paintings of Oreburg's tunnels in Sinnoh. The story of how Pokémon came to exist in the world begins with a designer who caught insects in a field and never fully stopped. Satoshi Tajiri brought to the creation of his game the memory of what it had felt like to find something living in the world and want to understand it, to bring it home and watch it, to share the discovery with someone else. That memory shaped every decision about how the game felt, how the act of catching a Pokémon was rendered, what the experience of walking through tall grass and not knowing what would emerge was meant to recall. Junichi Masuda, who composed the music for the original games and has been a creative director of the series across many of its subsequent entries, brought a different set of memories to the same project. Memories of music heard on the radio, of the specific quality of sound that accompanied childhood experiences, of what it meant to compose something that would play in the background of a moment that the player would carry for the rest of their life. The music he wrote for Kanto was shaped by those memories, and it has shaped the memories of the players who grew up hearing it in return. Ken Sugimori, who designed the original Pokémon and whose artistic vision defined the visual language of the series from its beginning, brought a love of naturalistic illustration to creatures that were fundamentally fantastical. The original Pokémon designs carried the quality of field guide illustrations, as if the creatures had been documented by a scientist who had observed them in their natural habitats rather than imagined from whole cloth. That quality gave the world its texture of plausibility, its sense that the creatures inhabiting it had lives and behaviors that extended beyond the moments of encounter and battle. The cultural reach of Pokémon across the 27 years of its existence has produced phenomena whose scale is difficult to fully comprehend. The franchise is the highest-grossing media property in history by some measures, having generated more revenue than Star Wars, Mickey Mouse, and any other comparable intellectual property. The number of Pokémon cards sold since the trading card game's introduction in 1996 exceeds 40 billion, a figure that requires a moment to hold before its magnitude becomes legible. The number of Pokémon games sold across all platforms has passed 500 million copies. These numbers exist at a scale that makes them feel abstract, disconnected from the experience of a single player sitting with a Game Boy on a long car ride or trading with a friend across a cable link stretched across a school lunch table. And yet they are connected, composed entirely of individual encounters, individual decisions made in store aisles and on birthdays, individual moments of receiving a cartridge and pressing the power button and watching the title screen appear for the first time. The child who received Pokémon Red as a gift in 1998 and spent the following 3 years playing it is part of that number. The person who downloaded Pokémon Go in 2016 and spent a summer walking through their city is part of that number. The player who pre-ordered Scarlet in 2022 and stayed awake past midnight on launch day to begin is part of that number. Each of them had their own journey, their own region, their own starter, their own legendary encounter at the end of a long road. All of them are part of the same history. The question of what Pokémon means, what it has meant to the people who have played it, traded with friends over it, stayed up past their bedtimes because of it, grown up, and then introduced it to their children, is one that cannot be answered with any statement that fits inside a single sentence. It means discovery, because every new Pokémon encountered in tall grass is a small discovery, a moment of something unknown becoming known. It means companionship, because the creatures who travel alongside the player are not simply tools for battle, but presences that carry the history of every fight shared. It means community, because the franchise has never made full sense as a solo experience, always reaching toward other players for trading and battling, and the comparison of journeys taken through the same region by different paths. It means nostalgia, which is a complex feeling, not simply the wish to return to a past time, but the wish to feel again something that the past contained and the present sometimes lacks. The quality of beginning, of not yet knowing what is ahead, of the world being full of creatures whose names are still unlearned. The games offer that quality again with each new generation, each new region, entered for the first time, and it is part of why players return across the span of their lives, bringing their accumulated knowledge of the series but finding in each new entry something that feels genuinely new. It means patience, because catching a shiny Pokémon requires it, and breeding for perfect statistics requires it, and completing the Pokédex requires it, and building the relationship with a creature through hundreds of steps until it trusts you enough to evolve into something that only trust can produce. All of it requires the willingness to remain with something long enough for it to become what it is trying to become. The 9th generation exists at the frontier of what the series has become, and it carries within it the question of where the series goes from here. More than 1,000 Pokémon populate the roster. More regions have been visited than any single player can hold simultaneously in mind. More mechanics have been introduced and refined and occasionally retired than the series' original designers could have anticipated. The game that began with 151 creatures on a Game Boy cartridge has become something that extends into mobile applications and augmented reality and animated series and trading cards and theme park attractions. And yet the heart of it remains recognizable. The tall grass, the choice of starter, the first Pokémon caught, the first gym badge held up to the light. The road ahead, long and uncertain and full of the particular kind of possibility that only exists before a journey is completed, before the ending is known. Future generations will continue to ask what a Pokémon world can look like, what new regions carry new temperatures and textures and mythologies, what new creatures emerge from new inspirations, what new mechanics give players new ways to feel the joy of the game. The designers at Game Freak will continue to sketch and revise and cut and refine, producing more ideas than survive, keeping those that meet the standards the series has established across its long history. Players will continue to form attachments to their starters and their legendaries and their shiny finds and their perfectly bred competitive teams. And somewhere, a child is beginning for the first time, not knowing that what they are beginning is something they will carry for the rest of their lives. They are choosing a starter. They are stepping into tall grass. They are hearing a cry from something unseen in the world ahead. That beginning has happened millions of times across 27 years and 9 generations, and it is happening now, tonight, in some room somewhere, in whatever language the game has been translated into for the place where that child lives. It is the same beginning every time, and it is never quite the same twice. The complete history of Pokémon is all of those beginnings together, accumulated into something that contains more joy and more memory and more human feeling than any single person could have planned for when they sat down to make a game about catching insects near a stream that was slowly disappearing. It contains everything that grew from that memory, all 9 generations of it, all 1,000 and something creatures, all the roots and gyms and legendaries and rivals and champions and music and trades and battles and friendships and long car rides and shared lunch tables and summer afternoons and quiet evenings with the curtains drawn and the screen glowing. There are places in every generation where something settled into exactly the right shape, where a creature or a root or a piece of music arrived at precisely the form it was always meant to take. Those are the moments that stay, the ones carried forward into other years and other lives, the ones that surface unexpectedly in the middle of an ordinary afternoon and carry with them the specific quality of the time when they first arrived. The complete history of Pokémon is full of those moments. It is made of nothing else. The history is still being written. It will continue to be written for as long as there are people who find something alive in the world and want to bring it alongside them on the road. And that, in the end, is what every generation of Pokémon has always been. There is a particular kind of attention that Pokémon asks of its players that no other franchise has quite replicated across the decades since the series began. It is not the focused, reactive attention of a shooter game or the strategic attention of a turn-based tactics game, though it contains elements of both. It is something slower and more patient, closer to the attention one brings to an aquarium or a nature walk, the willingness to be present in a world without demanding that the world constantly perform for you. A Pokémon game can be played quickly by someone who wants to reach the end, and it can be played slowly by someone who wants to see what lives in each patch of grass on each route. Both players have the same game. They have entirely different experiences. This flexibility of pace is one of the most quietly extraordinary things about the series, and it is not accidental. The games were designed from the beginning to accommodate the child who plays for 20 minutes on a school night and the child who plays for 8 hours on a Saturday, the player who catalogs every Pokémon they find, and the player who keeps only the creatures they love and releases the rest. The world of Pokémon is generous in this way, opening itself to different relationships with its content without penalizing any approach except deliberate avoidance of the story's forward motion. The routes between towns, those long stretches of path lined with tall grass and interrupted by trainers who issued challenges as the player passed, accumulated a quality of contemplative peace across all 9 generations that is difficult to explain to someone who has not experienced it. Walking a route in Pokémon is not simply moving from one location to another. It is spending time in a space that has its own music, its own Pokémon population, its own geography of tall grass and clear path, its own particular quality of light suggested by the visual palette. Some routes feel like morning, others feel like late afternoon. A few carry the particular atmosphere of a place that exists just outside the comfortable and familiar. The geography of each region accumulated meaning with each step across it. Kanto's routes were numbered, a utilitarian naming convention that nonetheless gave each road a sense of official designation, of being part of a larger system of connected pathways that someone had mapped and organized. Route 1 led north from Pallet Town into Viridian City, a short distance that nonetheless felt significant as the first road ever walked in the series, the template against which all subsequent routes would be unconsciously measured. Route 23 wound through Victory Road, the cave that preceded the Pokémon League, a passage designed to require strength moves that had to be taught to Pokémon specifically to navigate its boulders and currents and dark spaces. Johto's routes carried a different quality from Kanto's, more rural and meandering, passing through areas that felt less like the outskirts of cities and more like the paths between villages, in a landscape that had not changed much in several generations. The national park, accessible from the northern routes of Johto, was a place where wild Pokémon roamed without the threat of encounter, where the relationship between player and creature was briefly different, more observational. The bug-catching contest, held there on specific days of the week, created a recurring calendar event that players with the game's clock set correctly could participate in, adding another layer of time sensitivity to the world. Hoenn's routes crossed water with a frequency that no previous region had managed, the density of water routes requiring the player to obtain HM moves like surf and dive earlier and more often than in previous games. The sensation of surfing across the open ocean between islands, with no visible land on any horizon and only the blue of the water and the sky, was one of the most spatially expansive moments the series had offered up to that point. The underwater routes accessible through dive added vertical depth to a game that had previously existed only on horizontal planes, and the ruins visible through the deep water glass of certain underwater spaces suggested a world with a history extending far below the surface. The concept of the HM, the hidden machine move that could be taught to Pokémon and used to navigate specific obstacles in the overworld, was one of the series' most debated design decisions across its first several generations. Rock Smash broke small boulders blocking paths. Strength moved large boulders blocking caves. Cut removed trees from roots. Surf crossed water. Fly returned the player to previously visited towns. Waterfall scaled vertical waterfalls. Flash illuminated dark caves. The requirement to have specific Pokémon in the party, knowing these moves in order to progress through certain areas, created what players called HM slavery, the practice of including a Pokémon whose only role was to know several HM moves and who would never be used in battle. The frustration of HM slavery was real, and the games themselves seemed to acknowledge it, obliquely in later generations, by making HM moves less necessary, replacing some with items or abilities, and eventually, in Generation 7, eliminating the requirement almost entirely through a system called Ride Pokémon, where specific creatures could be called upon for overworld navigation without needing to occupy a party slot. The change was welcomed by players who had resented the compromises it required, though some argued that the HM system had given the world a coherence, a sense that the physical obstacles of travel had real solutions that required specific knowledge and preparation. The Pokémon that became famous as HM slaves across the generations acquired an odd kind of cultural status within the community. Bibarel, a beaver Pokémon introduced in Generation 4, could learn every HM available in Sinnoh, making it the most efficient HM slave the series had produced. Tropius, a dinosaur Pokémon that could fly, cut, strength, and rock smash, served a similar role in Hoenn. These creatures were appreciated not for their battling utility, but for their practical value in navigating the world, a different kind of usefulness that the games themselves never formally acknowledged. The Pokémon centers of each region, those red-roofed buildings present in every town and city, were among the most consistently comforting locations in the entire series. The music that played inside them, cheerful and loop-short, became one of the most recognizable pieces of audio in all of gaming, a signal of safety and restoration that players learned to associate with relief after a difficult stretch of route or cave. The nurse at each center, always dressed in pink, always offering the same dialogue about healing the player's Pokémon to full health, was a figure of uncomplicated benevolence in a series that was never short of complications. The Pokémon marts that accompanied or adjoined each center were the commercial spaces of the series, selling Pokeballs, potions, and status healing items at prices calibrated to the player's progress through the region. Early marts stocked only the most basic items. Late-game marts offered Ultra Balls, Max Repels, and Full Restores. The gradual expansion of available merchandise as the player moved deeper into each region gave the marts a progression of their own, each new product appearing on the shelves like a quiet acknowledgement that the journey had reached somewhere that required different tools. The towns themselves, the small residential ones that punctuated the routes between gyms, too small for a mart and often notable only for their Pokémon Center and a handful of residents with things to say, were among the most humanizing elements of each region. Those unnamed feeling places, with their handful of houses and their single trainer waiting on the route just north of town, existed in the game world as places people actually lived, and the residents who described their daily lives, their relationships to the surrounding landscape, their observations about the seasons or the weather, gave the world a texture that the gym and route structure alone could not have provided. The rival characters of each generation have occupied a particularly interesting position in the series' evolution, representing the game's attempt to give the player a reflection of themselves that also challenges them. The unnamed rival of Generation 1, available for the player to name and therefore partly owned by the player's own choices, was the most aggressive and least sympathetic rival in the series. Competitive, dismissive, and uninterested in the friendship dimension of Pokémon training. His philosophy, that a strong Pokémon is all that matters, stood in direct contrast to the series' actual design, which rewarded patience and affection and the willingness to use Pokémon who were beloved rather than simply powerful. Brendan and May in Generation 3, who could be either the player's character or the rival depending on which was chosen at the start, were warm and friendly in a way that contrasted with their predecessor. Their rivalry was less about dominance and more about parallel journeys, two trainers exploring the same region by slightly different paths and occasionally meeting to measure their progress against each other. The warmth of their rivalry reflected something about the Hoenn game's overall tone, more collaborative, more interested in the relationship between trainer and Pokémon than in the competitive hierarchy that earlier games had emphasized. N in Generation 5 represented the most philosophically developed rival the series had produced, a character whose challenge to the player was not just mechanical, but ethical. His argument that capturing and training Pokémon was a form of subjugation was delivered with enough conviction and enough narrative weight that players who engaged with the story felt genuinely unsettled, as though the series they had loved since childhood was asking them to examine the premises on which their enjoyment had been based. The fact that N was ultimately revealed to have been manipulated rather than simply wrong gave his arc a tragic quality that no previous rival had achieved. The villainous teams that appeared in each generation served both narrative and mechanical purposes, providing recurring antagonists whose motivations and methods evolved across the series in ways that reflected changing ideas about what made for a compelling antagonist in a game aimed at broad audiences. Team Rocket of Generation 1 was organized crime in cartoon form, its grunts identifiable by the red R on their uniforms, and its goals straightforwardly mercenary. Giovanni, the team's leader and also the 8th gym leader of Kanto, gave the organization a gravity that pure cartoon villainy would have lacked. Team Aqua and Team Magma of Generation 3 introduced ideological conflict for the first time, with two rival teams operating simultaneously and pursuing objectives that were diametrically opposed. The idea that the same person could be considered a hero by one team and an obstacle by another, that the conflict between the two groups had roots in genuine but incompatible visions of what the world should be, was more sophisticated than anything previous villainous teams had attempted. The legendary Pokémon at the center of the conflict, Kyogre and Groudon, whose awakening would tip the balance between ocean and land catastrophically in one direction, gave the stakes a physical dimension that made the threat feel genuinely consequential. Team Galactic of Generation 4 was perhaps the most genuinely unsettling villainous team the series produced, its leader Cyrus pursuing a goal that involved the destruction of the existing universe and the creation of a new one without spirit, a world of pure reason and power from which the messiness of emotion and relationship would be absent. The coldness of Cyrus's philosophy and the team members who served him without fully understanding what he intended to accomplish gave Generation 4's late game a quality of cosmic dread that younger players sometimes found more disturbing than the game's generally bright tone had prepared them for. The professor tradition of each generation, the scholar who greeted the player at the beginning of each game, provided the starter Pokémon, and gave the Pokédex its purpose, grew in complexity across the 9 generations while maintaining its essential function. Professor Oak of Kanto was the archetype, the absent-minded scholar whose grandson was also the player's rival, whose confidence in the player's potential set the journey in motion. He appeared at the beginning and occasionally thereafter, but his presence was primarily felt in the Pokédex entries that bore his name, the measured scientific observations that described creatures the player was encountering for the first time. The professors of subsequent generations were named after trees, a tradition established by oak that continued through elm, birch, rowan, juniper, sycamore, kukui, magnolia, and sada, or turo, depending on the version of Generation 9. This naming convention became a running joke among longtime players who noticed that the tradition continued even as the professors became more fully developed characters. Professor Juniper of Unova was the first female professor in the main series, a detail that was notable at the time and is now simply part of the history of how the series changed across its generations. The relationship between the professor and the player shifted subtly across the series. Early professors were distant authority figures who set the player's task and then mostly disappeared from the active story. Later professors became more involved in the narrative, appearing at key moments, making discoveries alongside the player, occasionally requiring rescue or protection. Professor Sada and Professor Turo of Generation 9, versions of the same character existing in different states, depending on the game, had the most dramatically developed role of any professor in the series, their choices forming the emotional core of the game's final act. The evil team admin characters that stood between the player and the final confrontation with the team's leader grew more developed across generations as well, some of them achieving a depth of characterization that made them more memorable than the leaders they served. Ariana of Team Rocket in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, whose loyalty to Giovanni persisted even after the team's defeat and disbandment, suggested a psychology more complicated than simple villainy. Colres of Team Plasma in Black 2 and White 2 pursued his research into maximizing Pokémon potential with a scientific detachment that made him genuinely morally ambiguous, more interested in the question of what Pokémon could become than in the particular use to which the answer was put. Lysandra of Team Flare in Generation 6 achieved a kind of tragic grandeur that the series had not previously attempted with its antagonists. His stated goal, to preserve the world's beauty by eliminating its excess, was delivered with a sincerity that the game never fully undermined. His conviction was genuine, even as his methods were horrifying, and the revelation that the player's benefactor and mentor had all along been the person they were fighting against gave the Kalos story a twist that landed with genuine emotional force. The shift across generations, from cartoonishly evil villainous teams to antagonists with coherent, if terrible, philosophies reflected the series' growing confidence in the emotional sophistication of its audience. A child playing Generation 1 needed Team Rocket to be straightforwardly bad in order to understand why defeating them was right. A player encountering Cyrus or Lysandra needed to be able to follow an argument, to understand why someone might arrive at a destructive conclusion through a process of reasoning that was internally consistent, even if ultimately wrong. The series grew into its audience's growing capacity for moral complexity. The move tutors and move reminder characters that appeared in each generation offered players opportunities to teach Pokémon moves they had not learned through leveling, creating connections between players who had missed specific moves during a Pokémon's early development and the full roster of techniques available to that creature. The move reminder, who could return any move a Pokémon had learned at some point in its developmental history for a small fee, was one of the most practically useful characters in any Pokémon Center. The frustration of evolving a Pokémon before it could learn a specific move, only to discover the evolved form could not learn the same move naturally, was ameliorated by knowing that the reminder existed. The move tutors, who appeared as standalone characters in specific locations and taught powerful or unusual moves in exchange for battle points or shards or other currencies, created an economy of technique around moves that were powerful enough to be desirable but not available through normal leveling. Moves like Stealth Rock, which placed an invisible field of sharp stones that damaged incoming Pokémon based on their type, became central to competitive battling strategies precisely because they could be obtained through tutors and applied across a wide range of Pokémon. The breeding of specific egg moves, moves that a Pokémon could only learn if its father knew the move and passed it down through the egg, created chains of breeding relationships between Pokémon species that cross type boundaries and family lines in ways that the surface-level taxonomy of the game did not suggest. A Pokémon that needed a specific egg move might require being bred from a chain of parents, each one teaching the next, until the desired combination reached the target species. This system was invisible to casual players and fascinating to those who engaged with it, a hidden language of genetic inheritance written into the game's breeding mechanics. The items of each generation, the hundreds of objects that filled boxes and bags and could be held by Pokémon or used during battles, accumulated their own catalog of lore and utility across the 9 generations. Some items were straightforwardly useful. Potions restored health, antidotes cured poison, escape ropes extracted the player from caves. Others were more specific. The smoke ball guaranteed escape from wild encounters. The soothe bell accelerated friendship growth. The macho brace doubled effort value gains while having speed. The competitive players, who understood every item's function and could calculate which held item, gave a specific Pokémon the highest ceiling of performance, occupied a relationship with the game's systems that most players never approached. The berries, introduced in Generation 2 as small fruits that Pokémon could hold and use automatically during battle, developed into their own elaborate subsystem across subsequent generations. Some berries restored health when HP fell below a certain threshold. Others cured status conditions. A few reduced the damage of specific types of moves. Certain berries were used in cooking recipes to make poffins for contests, or curry for camping or sandwiches for encounter-boosting meals. The berry system created an agricultural dimension to the games, trees that grew over real-time periods and produced harvests that depleted and refreshed, giving players who tended their berry patches a different kind of engagement with the world. The held item system as a whole transformed the battling game from a purely move and stat contest into something that required layered preparation. A Pokémon that held a choice scarf moved faster but could only use one move. A Pokémon holding a life orb hit harder but lost a fraction of its health every time it attacked. A Pokémon with an Eviolite, a held item introduced in Generation 5, gained increased defenses if it had not yet reached its final evolution, making some pre-evolved forms surprisingly durable. These interactions created a planning process that extended well outside the battle itself into the preparation of teams and the selection of strategies. The Pokémon storage system, the boxes of digital space where captured Pokémon waited while the active party carried only 6, grew more elaborate across generations while maintaining its basic function. Bill's PC in Generation 1 was a single name attached to a system that the player might never fully understand. Bill was a Pokémon researcher who had accidentally merged himself with a Pokémon during an experiment, a detail that became one of the game's stranger pieces of lore for players who read every NPC's dialogue carefully. His PC stored the overflow of the player's collection in boxes that could be accessed at any Pokémon Center. The boxes were eventually given names by players, organized into themes or types or generations, a small act of curation that the games eventually acknowledged by providing naming functionality, and, in later generations, searching and filtering tools that made navigating large collections more manageable. Players who had transferred Pokémon across multiple generations sometimes maintained boxes organized by the game in which each creature had been originally caught, a kind of personal archive that spanned years of play. The Pokémon Bank and its successor, Pokémon Home, cloud storage services that allowed creatures to be stored independent of any specific game and moved between compatible titles, represented the most ambitious attempt to solve the continuity problem that had existed since Generation 3 had broken compatibility with earlier games. A Pokémon stored in Home could in principle be transferred into any compatible game, making the cloud service a kind of permanent residence for creatures whose native games were no longer actively played. The emotional weight of this, of being able to retrieve a Pokémon caught 15 years earlier and bring it into a current game, was not lost on players who had maintained their collections across the generations. The Pokémon world, in its physical geography, had a relationship with the real world that the series acknowledged without ever fully articulating. Kanto and Johto were clearly modeled on the Kanto and Tohoku regions of Japan, their road systems and city layouts loosely corresponding to actual geography, even as the specific locations were transformed. Hoenn drew from Kyushu, Japan's southernmost main island, explaining its tropical feel and water emphasis. Sinnoh corresponded to Hokkaido, Japan's northern island, explaining the cold and snow. Unova's model in New York City was the most explicitly international the series had been in its geographic inspiration, and the subsequent generations, Kalos from France, Alola from Hawaii, Galar from Great Britain, Paldea from the Iberian Peninsula, extended that international reach across regions that players in each corresponding real-world location could encounter with a particular kind of recognition. The architectural details of each region's cities reflected this geographic inspiration with a fidelity that rewarded close attention. Lumiose City's radial boulevard layout, its grand avenues extending outward from a central tower, was recognizable to anyone familiar with Paris. Hammerlock in Galar was a walled medieval city in the tradition of English castle towns, its battlements and narrow streets suggesting centuries of history that the game's story touched on obliquely. Paldea's cities combined the whitewashed stone of southern Spain with the terracotta roofs of Portuguese towns, the specific palette of the Iberian Peninsula rendered in the game's saturated visual style. The sound design of each region, the ambient audio that accompanied outdoor spaces and cave interiors and town streets, contributed to the sense of geographic specificity in ways that players did not always consciously register. Wind sounds on mountain routes, the echo of footsteps in cave tunnels, the ambient chatter of urban areas in later games, water sounds near rivers and coastal routes. These details accumulated into a sensory portrait of each region that was more complete than the visual presentation alone could have achieved. The relationship between Pokémon and time, both real-time and in-game time, has been one of the series' most distinctive features since Gold and Silver first connected the game's world to the player's clock. Certain Pokémon appeared only between 10 at night and 4 in the morning. Certain evolutionary triggers required specific hours. Events like the bug-catching contest or the lottery at the Pokémon Center occurred on specific days. The day and night cycle changed the appearance of the overworld, brightening the palette during daylight and darkening it into blues and purples at night, giving outdoor spaces a quality that shifted with the real world's rotation. This connection between the game and the player's actual temporal experience created a dimension of engagement that was different in kind from anything a purely self-contained game could offer. A player who sat down to play at midnight encountered a different Pokémon world than one who played at noon. A player who had forgotten about their game for 3 months returned to find that the trees had been stripped of berries and would need new plantings before they could produce again. The world did not pause. It continued in its own quiet rhythm, independent of the player's attention. The Pokémon Amy system of Generation 6 and its successors took this temporal dimension in a different direction, creating a relationship with individual Pokémon that was maintained through active engagement rather than passive time. Feeding a Pokémon treats and petting it in the locations it preferred, playing the mini-games it enjoyed, these acts built an affinity score that had mechanical effects in battle, including a small chance to survive otherwise lethal hits and an increased critical hit rate. The system was easy to neglect and impossible to automate, requiring the kind of hands-on attention that felt genuinely relational. The competitive scene that emerged around Pokémon, battling over the decades of the series' existence, developed its own culture, its own heroes and narratives, and spectacular moments. The Pokémon World Championships, held annually since 2009, brought together the best players from regional and national tournaments in a single event that crowned world champions across multiple age divisions and game formats. The champions of the World's tournament became figures of community significance, their team compositions and match strategies studied and discussed in the same way that professional sports strategies are analyzed in other competitive contexts. The VGC format, short for Video Game Championships, used rules that differed from the Smogon format that dominated online competitive play. Where Smogon battles were typically fought 6-on-6 with one Pokémon active at a time, VGC used a format of 4 Pokémon selected from a 6 and fought 2 at a time in double battles. This format emphasized synergy between the 2 active Pokémon and the ability to predict and respond to the opponent's 2 active Pokémon simultaneously, creating a dynamic that rewarded a different kind of strategic thinking from singles play. The Pokémon that dominated each generation's competitive meta were studied exhaustively by the community. Their strengths and weaknesses mapped through collective play and theory crafting on forums and discussion platforms that maintained archives stretching back to the early days of competitive organization. When a new generation released, and players began discovering how the new mechanics and new creatures interacted with existing strategies, the period of exploration that followed was among the most creatively energized in each generation's competitive cycle. The meta not yet settled, the possibilities still genuinely open. The fan game community that grew alongside the official series produced works of creative ambition that sometimes rivaled the official games in their scope and depth. Pokémon Uranium, developed over 9 years and featuring a fully original region with new Pokémon and a story involving nuclear contamination and political conflict, was one of the most complete fan games ever produced, downloaded over 1.5 million times before its official distribution was discontinued. Pokémon Insurgents featured multiple villain factions, multiple forms for existing legendary Pokémon, and a darker tone than the official series typically employed. Pokémon Reborn was set in a decayed urban environment and told a story of ecological and societal collapse. These fan games occupied a complicated legal space, created using engines and assets derived from the official games without official sanction. Some were tolerated by the franchise's legal representatives for years before receiving cease and desist notices. Others operated in a gray area that the official franchise chose not to pursue. The creative energy they represented, the thousands of hours invested by teams of developers working without compensation to build extensions of a world they loved, was a kind of testament to what the franchise meant to the people who had grown up with it. The ROM hacking tradition, which predated the more organized fan game development scene, involved modifying the code of actual game cartridge files to alter their contents, changing Pokemon locations, adding new areas, modifying the story, sometimes replacing the entire game's content with original material. Pokemon Fire Red and Emerald became the most popular bases for ROM hacks, their relative accessibility and stability making them hospitable to extensive modification. The ROM hacking community developed its own tools, its own conventions, its own standards for what constituted a complete and worthwhile hack. The Pokemon anime's film productions across the franchise's history represented a separate dimension of the world from the games, telling stories that the episodic format of the television series could not contain. The first film, released in Japan in July of 1998, centered on Mewtwo's creation and his decision to destroy the humans who had created him. The film's climax, in which the Pokemon Ash had collected were turned to stone, and Ash himself was petrified in an act of selfless intervention, and in which the restored Pokemon wept, in a scene that the film's creators reportedly never intended to be as affecting as it turned out to be, produced one of the most discussed emotional responses in the franchise's long history. The subsequent films each introduced new, legendary Pokemon, or explored corners of the Pokemon world that the television series did not reach. Pokemon the Movie 2000 introduced Lugia and the legendary birds in a conflict over the balance of the elements. Spell of the Unknown depicted the power of a child's grief, made literal. Jirachi. Wishmaker explored friendship across an impossible distance. Lucario and the Mystery of Mew connected the past and present of the Pokemon world through a figure of loyalty and sacrifice. Each film attempted something that felt distinct from the weekly adventures of the television series, reaching for a register of emotion or spectacle that the series format could not sustain. The Pokémon, I Choose You, and its companion film, The Power of Us, produced decades after the original series began, retold the origins of Ash and Pikachu's partnership with updated animation and revised details that departed from established continuity while honoring the emotional core of what the original series had built. The decision to revisit those origins, to treat them as worth returning to with fresh eyes, reflected the franchise's awareness of what its foundational story meant to the audience that had grown up with it. The merchandise ecosystem that grew around the Pokemon franchise across its history represented a commercial dimension of the world that was separate from the games and anime, but not entirely disconnected from them. Plush toys of every Pokemon in the roster, produced in multiple sizes and levels of detail, accumulated in the rooms of players who wanted a physical presence of their favorite creatures. Figures in various scales and materials were collected and displayed. Clothing bearing Pokemon imagery moved from children's garments to adult fashion as the generation that had grown up with the franchise reached adulthood and the cultural cachet of Pokemon imagery shifted. The Pokemon Center stores, first opened in Japan and later expanded to locations worldwide, were retail environments designed to feel like entering the game's world rather than simply purchasing products associated with it. The staff wore uniforms that recalled the Pokemon Center nurses of the games. The store layouts organized merchandise by type or generation or character in ways that created the experience of browsing a space that understood what the franchise meant to the people shopping in it. Limited edition products sold exclusively at Pokemon Centers became objects of pilgrimage for collectors who traveled specifically to obtain them. The card game's tournament structure created another ecosystem of community around physical products, with local game stores hosting weekly league events and regional tournaments that connected players across geographic areas. The community that gathered at these events, spanning age ranges from children just learning to play through adults who had been playing since the original sets were printed, was one of the most genuinely multi-generational communities that any trading card game had produced. The music videos and promotional materials that accompanied each new generation's announcement became events in themselves, watched and rewatched and analyzed frame by frame for the clues they contained about the new region's design and the new Pokémon it would introduce. The reveal trailer for a new generation could generate hundreds of millions of views within days of release. The combination of nostalgia and genuine excitement for new content, producing a response that few other gaming announcements could match. The pattern of reveals across each generation's promotional cycle, the starter Pokémon announced first, then the legendary mascots, then additional creatures gradually disclosed in the months between announcement and release, created a sustained period of anticipation and speculation that the community navigated through intense collective discussion. New Pokémon were analyzed from their silhouettes, their confirmed names, their types, the brief moments of in-game footage. Fan artists produced interpretations of partially revealed creatures that were sometimes remarkably accurate and sometimes wildly imaginative, both kinds of response being valued within the community for what they represented. The leaks that sometimes preceded official reveals, data extracted from game files before release, information shared by those with early access to preview builds, created a separate experience of anticipation and debate. Players who wanted to experience the new generation's content, unspoiled, actively avoided certain online spaces in the weeks before a new game's release. Players who were comfortable with spoilers followed the leaked information closely. Both groups had their reasons, and neither approach was wrong, but they represented two different relationships with the experience of discovery that was central to what Pokémon offered. The accessibility of the Pokémon games across their generations changed considerably as the series developed, driven both by changing assumptions about what players needed and by the influence of feedback from players who found certain aspects of the games unnecessarily difficult or obscure. The original games assumed a level of engagement with their systems that modern standards of tutorial design would consider insufficient. The type chart, the effort value system, the mechanics of how stats were calculated, none of these were explained in any depth within the games themselves, leaving players to discover them through experimentation or through the shared knowledge of the community. Later games introduced more explicit tutorializing, walking players through battle mechanics with more care and introducing new features with dedicated explanation sequences. The Rotomi in Galar gave players access to their box storage and other services through an in-game computer interface that explained its functions clearly. The Let's Go games, positioned explicitly as entry points for players new to Pokémon, simplified the catching mechanic and reduced the complexity of the overworld encounter system to make the core fantasy of catching and befriending Pokémon more immediately accessible. The challenge mode that Black 2 and White 2 offered players who had completed those games was an attempt to address the opposite concern, that the games had become too accessible, too easy for experienced players who had internalized the series' systems over years of play. Challenge mode significantly increased the difficulty of trainer battles and altered the pacing of the game in ways that gave veteran players a meaningfully different experience. The option to choose one's difficulty was a significant departure from the series' tradition of a single, standardized experience, and its absence from subsequent generations was noted by players who had appreciated the flexibility it represented. The accessibility changes that Generation 7 introduced with its extended opening sequence, a lengthy tutorial that held the player's hand through the first hour of the game in ways that earlier generations had not, were criticized by experienced players who found the extended introduction patronizing. The tension between serving new players and serving experienced ones had been present throughout the series' history, each generation's design decisions navigating it with varying success. The most celebrated games in the series tended to be those that trusted players to discover their systems through engagement rather than through explanation, while still providing enough structure to make that discovery feel guided rather than arbitrary. The later generations' increasing density of tutorials and explanations reflected real research into how players engaged with the game's systems, and the changes made the games more accessible to players who might previously have bounced off the complexity. But accessibility and challenge are not opposites, and the games that managed to feel both welcoming and deep, the games of Generation 4, which offered clear entry points while concealing extraordinary competitive depth beneath the surface, are often remembered as the most fully realized expressions of what the series could be. The debate about which generation was the best, which region was the most compelling, which set of games represented the series at its peak, has been ongoing since the second generation arrived and gave players something to compare the first generation against. The answer is always personal, always shaped by when the player arrived in the series and what the games meant to them at that particular moment of their life. A series that has been running for 27 years and has reached hundreds of millions of players across 9 generations will not produce a consensus answer to that question. It will produce as many answers as there are players, each one pointing toward a region and a time that carries the particular warmth of where the journey began. The Pokémon world has its own internal history, a timeline of events that the games reference obliquely and fans have spent decades reconstructing. The ancient wars that are mentioned in passing in Pokémon lore, the conflicts between humans and Pokémon that shape the current relationship between the species, the battles that created the legendary Pokémon, the events that drove certain species to near extinction, exist in the games primarily as texture, context that deepens the present moment of each game without being the subject of direct narration. The AZ of Generation 6, a figure 10 feet tall who had lived for 3,000 years, because of a machine that restored his Pokémon to life and killed thousands of others in the process, was the most explicit engagement with this internal history that the main series had attempted. His presence at the end of Callus's story, walking through the crowd after the player's victory, recognizable by his impossible stature, searching for the Floette that had left him after learning what he had done, was one of the most quietly devastating moments in the series' history. It suggested a world in which the costs of devotion had been genuinely catastrophic, and in which 3,000 years of carrying that cost had not resolved anything. The ancient history of Sinnoh, narrated through the Pokémon mythology that the player could discover in the Hall of Origin and the inscriptions throughout the region, described a universe created from nothingness by Arceus, who then shaped the world by calling forth Dialga and Palkia to bring time and space into being, followed by Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit to give the world spirit, knowledge, and emotion. The creation myth was remarkable for its specificity, not just that the world was created, but the order in which its constituent elements came into being, and for the way it gave the player's encounter with Arceus, the creator of all things, a weight that was genuinely cosmological. The fossil Pokémon of each generation, creatures resurrected from ancient specimens found in the overworld, brought back to life through technology that the games presented without excessive explanation, connected the modern world of each region to a deep geological past. The fossils of Kanto yielded Omanite and Kabuto, Ammonite and horseshoe crab analogues from an ancient sea. Aerodactyl, revived from old amber, was Sploterosaur-like, a creature of the upper air from an era before the current Pokémon world existed. Hoenn's fossils yielded Lileep and Anorith, Crinoid and Anomalocaris from the same ancient ocean. Sinnoh's Cranidos and Shieldon were dinosaur descendants. Each generation added new windows into a world before the present one, suggesting geological time in a game that otherwise operated on the human scale of an individual journey. The implications of the fossil system for the Pokemon world's relationship with extinction were ones that the games touched on without dwelling on them. If extinct Pokemon could be restored, why were they extinct? What had happened to the world in which they had lived? The Pokédex entries for fossil Pokemon sometimes acknowledge their ancient origin, describing the conditions in which they had lived, or the adaptations that had made them successful before whatever event had driven their original forms to extinction. These entries added a paleontological dimension to the series that sat alongside its ecological and mythological dimensions without quite touching them. The Paradox Pokemon of Generation 9 pushed this fossil logic to its extreme, presenting ancient and futuristic forms of existing Pokemon as inhabitants of the Area Zero crater, where temporal anomalies had brought creatures from the deep past and the far future into the present. Ancient Paradox. Pokemon resembled prehistoric beasts, their bodies bulkier and more animalistic than the refined forms of the modern creatures they paralleled. Future Paradox Pokemon were mechanical and crystalline, as though the evolutionary process had at some point crossed into the territory of the artificial. Together they suggested a version of Pokemon evolution that extended both further back and further forward than the present moment, giving the roster a temporal depth that earlier generations had only hinted at. The concept of Pokemon nature, introduced in Generation 3, added another layer of individuality to each creature. Every Pokemon had one of 25 natures that affected the growth of 2 of its stats, increasing one and decreasing another in most cases. A Jolly Pokemon grew its speed at the expense of its special attack. An adamant Pokemon favored attack over special attack. A bold Pokemon grew defense at the cost of attack. 5 natures were neutral, affecting no stats. The nature of a Pokemon was set at the moment of its encounter and could not be changed through normal play, meaning that a wild Pokemon with the wrong nature might be released rather than trained, regardless of its other qualities. The nature system intersected with the personality of each Pokemon as expressed in the game's flavor text. An NPC in each generation described each nature in terms of how the Pokemon's personality manifested in its behavior. A lonely Pokemon liked to struggle with others. A bashful Pokemon was bashful. The connection between personality description and stat modification was not mechanical, but it gave each nature a narrative texture, a way of thinking about what a particular combination of stats meant for how a Pokemon moved through the world. Mint items, introduced in Generation 8 to allow players to change the stat effects of a nature without changing the nature itself, addressed a long-standing frustration for players who had found the right Pokemon with the wrong nature and faced the choice between accepting the stat penalty or starting the hunt over. The change was welcomed by competitive players while being noted as another example of the series softening its harder edges in ways that made the competitive preparation process less demanding, but also less distinctive. The individual values system, known as IVs, represented the deepest layer of each Pokemon's statistical identity. Each of the 6 stats, hit points, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed, had an individual value between 0 and 31 that modified the growth of that stat across each level. A Pokemon with 31 in all 6 stats was said to have perfect IVs, and the pursuit of perfect IV Pokemon through breeding or through finding wild Pokemon with high natural IVs occupied the most dedicated competitive players for considerable portions of each generation. The IV system was invisible to the player in the original games, the values existing purely as internal numbers whose effects could be calculated but not directly observed. Checker NPCs were introduced in later generations to give players some indication of their Pokemon's IV range. Hyper training, introduced in Generation 7, allowed players to maximize the effective stats of a Pokemon regardless of its actual IVs by purchasing bottle caps with in-game currency. The change addressed the frustration of finding an otherwise perfect Pokemon held back by a single low IV without completely eliminating the underlying system. The combination of IVs, effort values, nature, and ability created a four-dimensional space of individual variation for each Pokemon that was vast enough to make any two creatures of the same species potentially quite different in their competitive function. Two Pikachu, both caught at the same level in the same location, might have entirely different optimal roles depending on the combination of their individual values, their effort value distribution, and their nature. This system gave each Pokemon a kind of fingerprint, a specificity that made it genuinely individual in ways the surface presentation, shared sprite, shared base stats, shared move pool, did not suggest. The story of Pokemon's localization from Japanese to other languages is its own history, one that involved not just translation, but cultural adaptation and occasional invention. The names of towns and cities in each region were translated with varying degrees of fidelity to the original Japanese. Some English names preserved the meaning of the Japanese original. Others substituted puns and references from the target language's own cultural vocabulary. Pallet Town, whose Japanese name, Masura Town, meant something like pure white or white of blank paper, was given an English name that continued the color naming convention while establishing the painter's palette reference that gave Kanto's towns their English identity. The names of Pokemon in each language sometimes preserved the original's pun, sometimes translated its meaning directly, and sometimes created entirely new wordplay appropriate to the target language. Squirtle, whose Japanese name, Zenigame, combined the words for money and turtle, became in English a combination of squirt and turtle that captured the water-type identity while losing the financial reference. The name Bulbasaur combined bulb with the sour suffix used for dinosaur-related names, a clean construction that Fushigadan, the Japanese name's play on the phrase mysterious seed, did not directly parallel. The cultural references embedded in each game's script, the NPC dialogue, the Pokédex entries, the villain team's speeches, the professor's observations, required translation decisions that went beyond word-for-word conversion. The anime's localization involved additional layers, including the adaptation of Japanese cultural references that might be unfamiliar to international audiences, and the creation of English voice performances that could carry the emotional weight of scripts written in a different linguistic and cultural context. The quality of these localizations varied, and the contrast between Japanese and English versions of specific moments was a recurring subject of discussion among players who could compare both. The experience of growing up with Pokémon and then returning to it as an adult is one that the franchise has had to navigate increasingly carefully as its original audience aged. The players who were children when Red and Blue released are now in their late 30s, and they bring to each new game a complexity of expectation and nostalgia that child audiences do not carry. A new game must satisfy both groups simultaneously, must feel fresh and new to younger players encountering the series for the first time, while also feeling continuous with the thing that older players remember. The Let's Go games of Generation 7's extended era, which stripped the game back to the Kanto region and simplified the overworld encounter system to match Pokémon Go's catching mechanic, were explicitly aimed at players who had lapsed from the series and might re-enter through the familiar territory of the original region. The response from longtime players was mixed, with some appreciating the direct engagement with Kanto, and others finding the simplification of systems they had grown to value a step backward rather than an invitation. The Pokémon Legends are Arceus' approach of restructuring the fundamental game loop, replacing the gym challenge with Pokédex completion as the primary goal, replacing wild battles with manual throwing and catching as the primary encounter mechanic, was the most dramatic attempt to reimagine what a Pokémon game could be while remaining a Pokémon game. The response suggested that the series had more flexibility in its form than the consistency of the main series had indicated, and the enthusiasm for the game's open-world predecessor to the Sinnoh of Diamond and Pearl showed that longtime players were willing to follow the franchise into genuinely new territory when the destination felt thoughtfully chosen. The places in each game that existed outside the main path of the adventure, the optional caves, the side routes, the post-game areas, the locations that required specific knowledge or items to access, were where the series most fully expressed the philosophy of discovery that had driven its creation. These were the spaces where rare Pokémon waited in quiet corners, where hidden items rewarded careful searching, where lore revealed itself to players willing to speak with every NPC and read every inscribed surface. The ruins of Alph in Johto, accessible through a series of puzzle chambers that required solving picture puzzles by rearranging tiles, held within them Pokémon of a type that the game did not explicitly acknowledge, was different from the Pokémon already known. The unknown, alphabetically shaped creatures that appeared in the ruins communicated a sense of ancient mystery through their form rather than their function. They were not strong battlers, their single move making them nearly useless in competitive contexts, but their diversity of forms and the elaborate puzzle structure surrounding them made them compelling objects of investigation. The messages they could spell out, discovered only by those who caught enough of the different forms, were short, simple, and resonant. Escape, feelings, light, sign, wave. The secret bases of Generation 3, underground spaces that the player could excavate and decorate with furniture and dolls and plants, were the most developed expression of player-owned space in the series' history up to that point. Players could share their base codes with other players, visiting each other's spaces and collecting flags to increase the base's effectiveness. The social dimension of secret bases, the way they made each player's space a visible expression of their personality and aesthetic preferences, prefigured the more elaborate customization options that later generations would offer. The passage of time within the Pokémon series is felt most acutely by players who have been with it long enough to watch the technology change around the world they had come to know. The pixelated sprites of the Game Boy era had a quality of suggestion that the three-dimensional models of the Nintendo Switch era do not quite replicate. The limitations of the medium forced a kind of creative economy where each pixel had to carry maximum meaning, and the player's imagination filled in what the technology could not render. A Gengar in 8-bit sprite form was terrifying in part because the imagination had room to make it so. A fully rendered three-dimensional Gengar is detailed and technically accomplished, but leaves less for the imagination to contribute. This shift from suggested form to rendered form is not a loss, but it represents a change in the relationship between the game's imagery and the player's imagination that is worth acknowledging. The fans who create elaborate artwork based on Pokémon designs are doing something different when they work from a highly detailed, three-dimensional model than when they work from a small pixel sprite with ambiguous features. Both activities are creative, but the starting point determines what kind of creativity is most required. The sounds of each era carry their own emotional weight in this regard as well. The chiptune music of the Game Boy era, with its particular palette of tones and its compressed range, created melodies that were memorable precisely because of their limitations. The same melodies rendered in orchestral arrangements carry different weight. They are richer in one sense and less distinctive in another, the original's austere charm replaced by a fullness that is genuinely beautiful but differently located in the emotional register. Both versions of the same theme are valid. The original version is what many players hear when they close their eyes and try to remember. The question of what comes next for Pokémon, having reached 9 generations and over 1,000 creatures and the beginning of open world design, is one that the series itself seems to be actively working through with each new release. Pokémon Legends. Arceus showed that the franchise could pursue a significantly different structure while remaining identifiably itself. Scarlet and Violet showed that open-world design was compatible with the franchise's core fantasy while also revealing the technical challenges of implementing that design on existing hardware. The creatures of future generations will continue to be designed, refined, cut, and finally presented to a world that will receive them with the particular combination of excitement and judgment that has characterized each new generation's introduction. Some will become beloved immediately, others will grow in appreciation over time. A few will remain divisive, their existence provoking ongoing debate about what Pokémon should be. All of them will be part of the series' history, part of the accumulated roster that players who begin in the 15th or 20th generation will inherit as the established world into which their own journey begins. The designer who catches an insect in a field and brings it home, who shares it with a friend and watches the friend's response, who imagines what it might mean to find and collect and share living things with every person who has ever felt that particular joy. That designer's vision continues forward through every new creature drawn and every new region imagined and every new player sitting down in front of a screen and pressing the button that makes the journey begin. The weather systems that Generation 3 introduced to the competitive battle scene, sun, rain, sandstorm, and hail, each creating conditions that modified the power of certain move types or the behavior of certain abilities, created a dimension of team building that has persisted through all subsequent generations. A rain team built around the swift swim ability and water-type moves could generate a cycle of power that individual Pokémon with the same base stats could not achieve in isolation. Sun teams centered on chlorophyll users who doubled their speed in sunlight and powered fire-type moves to extraordinary levels. Sandstorm teams used the passive damage of perpetual sand to whittle down opponents' overturns while weathering the conditions behind rock, ground, and steel typing that granted immunity to the sandstorm's damage. The Weather Wars of Generation 5, in which drought, drizzle, sandstream, and snow warning were all available as abilities on Pokémon that could enter the field and immediately establish their preferred weather condition, made weather the dominant strategic consideration of that generation's competitive scene. The response in Generation 6 was to limit the duration of manually set weather to 5 turns, preventing any single condition from persisting for the entirety of a long battle without active maintenance. The adjustment changed the rhythm of weather-based strategies without eliminating them, requiring teams to plan around the window of weather they could reliably create rather than assuming perpetual conditions. The terrain mechanics introduced in Generation 6 added another layer to this environmental dimension of competitive play. Electric terrain prevented Pokémon on the ground from falling asleep and boosted electric-type moves. Grassy terrain restored a small amount of HP each turn to grounded Pokémon and boosted grass-type moves. Psychic terrain prevented priority moves from targeting grounded Pokémon. Misty terrain halved the power of dragon-type moves and prevented status conditions on grounded Pokémon. The interaction between terrains and weather, and between terrains and the abilities of specific Pokémon who could set or respond to terrain conditions, created a strategic environment of considerable depth. The Pokémon that achieved legendary status within the competitive community, not legendary in the technical sense of being legendary Pokémon, but legendary in the sense of being remembered for their dominance or their creativity or their unexpected viability, accumulated stories across each generation. Smogon's tiered system preserved the history of competitive dominance through the records of which Pokemon were moved from one tier to another and why. A Pokemon promoted to Ubers was understood to have been too powerful for the standard competitive format. A Pokemon that dropped multiple tiers over several generations had declined in utility as the competitive environment had changed around it. Garchomp, the dragon and ground-type pseudo-legendary of Generation 4, achieved a dominance in its generation's competitive scene that made it the defining Pokemon of that era. Its combination of excellent speed, high attack, access to powerful moves, and the ability to set up Stealth Rock made it nearly mandatory to account for in any team construction. The community's creative response to Garchomp's dominance, developing checks and counters, finding Pokemon that could reliably threaten it, building team structures that could respond to its presence, became a significant portion of the Generation 4 competitive discussion. Blaziken received its hidden ability speed boost through the Dream World event system of Generation 5, an ability that increased its speed by one stage each turn it remained in battle, and the combination of that ability with Blaziken's access to powerful fighting and fire moves made it immediately too powerful for standard competitive play. Its relegation to the Ubers tier happened quickly, and the speed boost Blaziken became a figure of competitive legend, powerful enough to be banned from most formats, beloved enough to remain a reference point in discussions of ability design. The glitch Pokémon and exploits of the original games accumulated their own mythology outside the competitive scene. Missing No, discovered through a specific sequence of actions that caused the game to access data it was not designed to present to the player, appeared as a glitchy block of distorted pixels occupying one of the blank entries in the original Pokédex. Encountering it duplicated items in the 6th slot of the player's bag, a property that was discovered quickly and used extensively. Its sprite, the result of the game rendering scrambled graphical data as though it were a Pokemon sprite, became one of the most recognizable images in gaming history, despite being, or perhaps because of being, a mistake. The Missing No phenomenon illustrated something about the relationship between players and game systems that the Pokémon franchise engaged with explicitly and implicitly throughout its history. Players who found the game's edges, who pushed against its systems in ways the designers had not anticipated, who found the glitches and exploits and unintended behaviors, were doing something creative and investigative that was recognizably continuous with the spirit of the game itself. The game asked players to discover creatures in the world. The players discovered creatures in the code. The 80% speedrun of Pokémon Red and Blue, which used a glitch called the Old Man Glitch and another called Wrong Warp to complete the game in under 10 minutes by corrupting the game's memory in ways that skipped nearly all of its intended content, represented the most extreme expression of this investigative approach. The speedrunning community that formed around Pokémon games developed a detailed technical understanding of the game's memory structure and the precise sequences of actions that could manipulate it, a knowledge base that was as impressive in its depth as any competitive strategy guide. The Nuzlocke Challenge, created by a player who drew a webcomic about his experience, imposed 2 rules on the standard game. Only the first Pokémon encountered on each route could be caught, and any Pokémon that fainted in battle was considered dead and had to be released. These 2 rules transformed the experience of playing Pokémon from a game in which failure had no lasting consequences into something more emotionally fraught, where the loss of a Pokémon carried genuine weight, and the choice of which creature to use in a dangerous situation required real consideration. The Nuzlocke Challenge spread through the Pokémon community as players shared their experiences and the emotional stories of Pokémon lost and battles narrowly survived. Variations of the challenge developed over time. The randomizer Nuzlocke replaced the standard Pokémon in each encounter with randomly selected creatures from the full roster, creating teams that no deliberate design could have assembled. The Soul Link Nuzlocke required two players to run synchronized Nuzlockes, where each player's Pokémon was paired with their partners, and the death of either paired Pokémon resulted in both being released. These variations produced narratives of collective investment that the community shared through written accounts, comics, and later video. The challenge mode that Nuzlocke represented, the self-imposed restriction that made a familiar game feel genuinely dangerous again, was part of a broader tradition of player-created difficulty that ran through the Pokémon community from its beginning. The challenge run, in which players used only a single type, or only unevolved Pokémon, or only Pokémon from a specific generation, or only the species listed on a specific in-game document, each created a different lens through which the game's design could be experienced anew. The game that had been learned through years of play became strange again, its familiar routes and gyms presenting different challenges when the standard solutions were unavailable. The relationship between Pokémon and education has been studied formally and discussed informally throughout the franchise's history. The game's Pokédex entries, read attentively, functioned as informal natural history lessons, descriptions of real insect behaviors, real animal adaptations, real ecological relationships presented through the frame of fictional creatures whose designs drew on those real sources. A player who learned about bioluminescence through Lantern's Pokédex entry, or about the defensive behavior of horned lizards through Marowaks, or about the magnetic properties of certain mineral deposits through Nosepass, had learned something real through a fictional vehicle. The typing system, though invented for game balance reasons, created a mental model of categorical relationships between elements that had some correspondence to real physical and chemical interactions. Fire burns grass. Water conducts electricity. Rock resists fire. The correspondences were not perfect, and the game did not present them as scientifically accurate, but the habit of thinking categorically about how different materials and forces interacted was one that transferred to other contexts. Players who grew up with the type chart had internalized a way of thinking about categorical relationships that served them well beyond the game. The competitive scene's mathematical dimension, the calculations of damage ranges, the probability of specific outcomes, the optimization of stat distributions, exposed players who engaged with it seriously to applied mathematics of a kind that formal education sometimes struggled to make feel relevant. A player who understood how to calculate the probability of landing a specific hit with a move of 90% accuracy on a Pokémon that might or might not have evasion-boosting moves was using probability mathematics in a context that mattered to them, which is often the condition under which mathematics is most effectively learned. The communities that formed around specific Pokémon, the players who organized around their favorite creature and created dedicated spaces for discussion, fan art, competitive analysis, and general appreciation, represented a dimension of the franchise's social life that the official structure of the games and anime did not directly create but made possible. A Gardevoir community and a Luxray community and a Melodic community might have almost no overlap in membership, each organized around the particular combination of aesthetic appeal, competitive utility, and narrative association that their focal Pokémon represented. The annual popularity polls conducted by the official Pokémon franchise, which asked players to vote for their favorite Pokémon and announced the top-ranked creatures in a dedicated event, mobilized these communities into coordinated voting campaigns. The first official worldwide poll in 2020 produced a result, Greninja topping the global ranking, with regional winners varying by country, that was studied for what it revealed about how different cultures related to different creatures. Japan's preference for Arceus, the United States' ranking of Gengar first, the United Kingdom's love of Snom, Each result seemed to say something about the particular sensibility of each region's player community, though what exactly it said was debated with characteristic enthusiasm. The fan art tradition that surrounded these communities was extraordinary in its volume, its quality, and its diversity of approach. Professional quality illustrations, casual sketches, animated shorts, three-dimensional renders, crossover pieces placing Pokémon in the visual vocabulary of other franchises, reimaginings of existing Pokémon in alternate styles. The creative output inspired by the franchise's creatures represented one of the largest bodies of fan-created visual art ever assembled around a single property. The Pokémon franchise's explicit visual style, with its bright colors and expressive forms, was apparently as inviting to artistic interpretation as it was to players' affection. The question of what Pokémon means to the cultures outside Japan that received it has been a subject of ongoing reflection as the franchise has expanded across languages and regions. In many international markets, Pokémon arrived as something genuinely new, a franchise built around creature collection and friendship that had no close precedent in the local game market. The cultural references embedded in the designs, many of which drew deeply from Japanese folklore and history and daily life, sometimes landed as exotic and interesting to international audiences. Other references translated cleanly across cultural contexts, their specificity abstract enough to function universally. The franchise's engagement with the cultural contexts of its international regions through the regional settings of later games, the French Kalos, the Hawaiian Alola, the British Galar, the Iberian Paldea, created a different kind of cultural exchange. Players in those regions encountered their own landscapes and architectural traditions, reimagined through the lens of a franchise that had arrived from Japan, a loop of cultural reflection that produced interesting effects on how players in those regions related to both the games and the places they lived. Walking through a galar that resembled England, while knowing that the game had been made by Japanese developers who had reimagined English culture through their own perspective, gave the experience a quality of self-consciousness that was distinctly contemporary. The translation of Pokémon into languages beyond English and Japanese, Spanish, French, German, Italian, Korean, Chinese in both traditional and simplified forms, and others, created additional communities of players whose relationships with the franchise were mediated through specific linguistic and cultural contexts. The Spanish language community, one of the largest outside Japan and the English-speaking world, had its own creative traditions, its own competitive figures, its own ways of talking about the games that were not simply translations of the English language discourse. The franchise's global reach had produced a genuinely multinational culture of shared reference points and divergent local expressions. The teaching of patience that Pokémon offered its youngest players was perhaps the most underappreciated of its contributions to its audience's development. A child who wanted to catch a Pokémon of a specific nature had to encounter that Pokémon repeatedly until the right one appeared. A child who wanted to evolve a Pokémon that required high friendship had to spend time with it, carrying it in the lead position, feeding it vitamins, using it in battle, not letting it faint. A child who wanted to hatch an egg had to walk a specific number of steps, which required simply walking, putting one foot in front of the other in the game world, not rushing to any destination. These small requirements of patience, embedded naturally in mechanics that served other purposes, created repeated experiences of wanting something and having to wait for it, of the gap between desire and fulfillment being filled not with frustration, but with continued engagement. The patience that Pokémon cultivated was not the passive patience of waiting for something external to happen, but the active patience of continuing to do the things that led toward a desired outcome, trusting that the outcome would eventually arrive. The concept of the long game, the understanding that the most valuable things require sustained effort and that the process of working toward them has its own rewards, was implicit in everything from shiny hunting to competitive breeding to Pokédex completion. Players who engaged with these long-term pursuits were learning something about commitment and patience that the more immediate gratification loops of other games did not teach in the same way. The joy of a shiny encounter was inseparable from the hours of searching that had preceded it. The satisfaction of a perfect AV Pokémon was inseparable from the breeding chains that had produced it. The fulfillment of a completed Pokédex was inseparable from every trade negotiated and every event attended to fill its gaps. The sense of discovery that Tajiri had wanted to preserve from his childhood, the feeling of finding something alive in the world that had not been there before, has proven to be one of the most durable emotional experiences in gaming. Each new generation of Pokémon offers it freshly to players encountering the series for the first time, and older players who approach new games with their existing knowledge still find moments of genuine surprise in the new creatures, the new locations, the new mechanics that they had not anticipated. The surprise of encountering a Pokémon one had never seen before, hearing its cry and seeing its sprite or model animate for the first time, retains a quality of the original discovery, even after hundreds of such encounters across multiple generations. The first encounter with each new creature is unrepeatable, and the series' decision to introduce new Pokémon in every generation has meant that even the most experienced players face this moment of discovery repeatedly, always arriving at something they have not yet learned to name. The cries of Pokémon, those brief synthesized sounds that each creature makes upon entering battle, and that players who have played enough can often identify without seeing the creature, are among the most underappreciated achievements of the series' sound design. Each cry is specific to its species, and the best of them feel genuinely expressive. Gengar's muffled, sinister laugh, Jigglypuff's ascending melody, Arcanine's short bark, Charizard's deep roar. A player who has spent enough time with the series carries a library of these sounds and experiences them as a kind of emotional language, each cry connected to the memories of encounters and battles and friendships formed across years of play. Thanks for watching. If these stories helped you relax, there's another video waiting on the left of your screen. You can let it play as you close your eyes. You might hear something soothing before you fall asleep again. The long view of what the Pokémon series has accomplished across its history reveals something that individual examinations of specific games can sometimes obscure, which is the extraordinary consistency of purpose that has run through the series, despite all the changes in hardware, in personnel, in cultural context, and in the specific creative directions that different generations have pursued. Every game has been about the same essential things, about setting out, about encountering the world's creatures, about the development that occurs through sustained engagement with challenge, and about the particular quality of relationship that forms between a traveler and the companions who accompany them. This consistency has sometimes been criticized as a limitation, as evidence that the series was unwilling or unable to change in ways that other franchises were willing to change. The criticism was not entirely without merit, but it missed something important about why consistency of core purpose was not the same as stagnation. The framework that the series established in its first games was not a cage that prevented development, but a container that allowed a great deal of development to occur within it. The variety of ways that different generations had found to fill that container, the different emotional tones and narrative ambitions and mechanical explorations that each entry had brought to the established structure, was evidence of the framework's generativity rather than its limitation. The players who have stayed with the series across multiple generations have experienced something that players of more dramatically evolving franchises have not, which is the particular quality of familiarity that comes from knowing a thing deeply over a long period of time. The knowledge of how to play a Pokémon game, accumulated across many years and many entries, creates a baseline of competence and confidence from which each new game can be approached without the barrier of unfamiliarity. This meant that each new game could spend less time establishing its basics and more time exploring what was specific and new about its particular expression of the established form. The players who encountered the series for the first time at various points in its history have had importantly different experiences because the game they first encountered shaped their understanding of what the series was, and all subsequent games were understood in relation to that first experience. A player whose introduction to Pokémon was through the fifth generation's philosophically ambitious storytelling understood the series differently than a player whose first game was the fourth generation's mythologically serious exploration of time and space, and both understood it differently than a player whose first game was the simple and direct adventure of the first generation. All of these understandings were valid, and the games were large enough to accommodate all of them as genuine entry points into something real. What has remained constant across all these different entry points and all these different understandings is the thing that makes these games what they are: the creature waiting in the tall grass, the companion evolving into something you did not expect when you chose it, the town at the end of a long route where healing and rest waited, the gym where the next challenge was preparing, the champion who had been growing alongside you through all of it, the world that continued after the credits rolled and revealed itself to be larger and more full of possibility than the story you had just completed had been able to show you. This continuity of essential experience across 30 years of games and across the lives of the people who played them is not an accident. It is an achievement, the result of people who understood what mattered and made sure that every new game preserved it while finding new ways to express it. The series will continue, and it will change, and some of the changes will be welcomed and some will be questioned, but the tall grass will remain, and the creature in the tall grass will remain, and the journey that begins when you step into that grass will remain as genuinely open and as genuinely yours as it has always been. The concept of effort values, which determined how a Pokemon's statistics grew based on which types of opponents it had defeated, created a hidden depth beneath the game's visible surface that rewarded players who sought to understand it. Two Pokemon of the same species, at the same level, with the same nature, could have meaningfully different statistical profiles depending on which opponents they had faced during their development. A creature that had accumulated its experience primarily through battling fast opponents would become faster than one that had accumulated experience through battling strong opponents. The game tracked this development invisibly, and players who understood the system could shape their Pokemon's growth in specific directions. This hidden depth existed alongside the visible surface of the game in a way that was characteristic of the series' general design philosophy. The games were approachable at their surface and deep beneath it, rewarding engagement at every level without requiring any level of engagement beyond what the player found natural and comfortable. A player who never encountered the effort value system and chose their party entirely on the basis of which creatures they found appealing could still complete every game in the series. A player who spent hours planning the optimal effort value distribution for a specific competitive build was engaging with the same game in an entirely different register. Both engagements were valid, and the game supported both simultaneously. The individual values that similarly shaped each Pokemon's statistical potential, assigned at the moment of the creature's creation, added another dimension of uniqueness to each individual Pokemon. Two Bulbasaur, met in the same patch of grass on the same day, were not identical, Each had its own specific potential, its own ceiling for each statistical attribute, determined by values that could not be changed and that created genuine differences in what each creature could ultimately become. The system acknowledged something true about individuality, that creatures of the same species are not interchangeable, that what might look like sameness from the outside contains genuine difference when examined closely. The breeding system that appeared in the second generation and that became increasingly sophisticated across subsequent entries connected the biological concept of inheritance to the game's mechanics in ways that were both scientifically inspired and creatively interesting. Pokémon could produce eggs when left in the care of a specific facility with compatible partners, and the resulting offspring inherited qualities from both parents in ways that followed consistent rules. Players who understood the system could use it to produce offspring with specific natures, specific statistical potentials, and access to moves that the offspring could not naturally learn through the inheritance of moves from the parent who knew them. The breeding system transformed the way dedicated players thought about their Pokémon, because it meant that the creatures they carried in their parties were not simply found but could be deliberately produced, their qualities shaped through choices made before they were born. This shift from finding to making was significant because it moved the relationship between player and creature from a purely receptive position, accepting what the world offered, to a generative position, producing specific creatures according to specific plans. The care and knowledge required to produce a creature with exactly the desired qualities was substantial, and the investment it represented was part of what gave the resulting creatures their particular significance. The weather events that shaped specific areas of each region's geography were among the most effective pieces of world building the games employed, because they were communicating information about place through experience rather than through text. A route where it was always raining did not need to announce its association with water-type Pokémon, because the rain itself made the connection felt before it was thought. The perpetual snow that covered certain mountain routes created a sense of the cold and the elevation before any dialogue about them appeared. These environmental details were also mechanical, affecting the damage output of specific move types and the behavior of certain abilities, and the combination of aesthetic and mechanical function made them feel integrated into the world rather than decorative. The unique weather conditions of specific areas created destinations within each region that felt genuinely distinct from their surroundings, places that could not be described as simply another route or another cave because their specific conditions made them something other than generic space. The desert route that appeared in the first generation, accessible through the middle of a cave system and occupying a hot and barren stretch of sand in a region that otherwise offered temperate conditions, was one of the first examples of this kind of environmental distinctiveness. Later games developed the concept further, creating specific zones with specific environmental qualities that carried specific histories and specific sets of creatures. The volcanic areas that appeared in the Hoenn region, where the ground was hot and the Pokémon that lived there reflected the heat of their environment and their types and behaviors, created a sense of a world shaped by geological forces rather than simply designed for the player's convenience. The ocean routes that covered much of Hoenn's surface created the opposite quality, a sense of vast and relatively featureless water whose width and emptiness was itself meaningful, suggesting a world where the distance between places was real rather than symbolic. Both the volcanic and the oceanic environments were expressing something true about the region's character, and encountering them in sequence gave the player a sense of traversing a genuine geography rather than a game map. The caves that threaded through every region created a particular quality of experience that was distinct from anything found on the surface world. Moving through a cave involved a different relationship with visibility, with direction, with the creatures encountered, and with a sense of progress. The cave systems of these games ranged from the purely connective passages between two surface areas that existed only to create a reason for the player to have certain abilities before proceeding, to the genuinely vast and complex multi-level networks of tunnels and chambers that could be explored for their own sake rather than simply as obstacles between destinations. Mount Moon in the first generation was perhaps the most famous of the caves that occupied a purely connective function, the long tunnel between Pewter City and Cerulean that the player passed through in the early stages of the game. It was not especially large or especially complex, but it introduced the specific experience of underground traversal, of moving through a space where the normal visual cues of the surface world were absent and where the creatures encountered were different from those of the routes above. Zubat, the most frequently encountered creature in this and many subsequent caves, became one of the series' most recognized minor annoyances, a creature whose prevalence was itself a form of world building, suggesting that the underground spaces of the Pokémon world were inhabited in specific ways that were different from the surface. The cave systems of later generations became more elaborate in their design, incorporating puzzles and hidden areas and specific Pokémon encounters that required returning to the same space multiple times with different capabilities. The deep complexity of these spaces rewarded exploration in ways that the purely connective caves of the first generation had not, making the underground feel like a genuine alternative world with its own geography and its own logic, rather than simply an unavoidable passage between more interesting destinations. The ice-filled caverns of the colder regions, where movement across the floor was governed by the physics of ice rather than the ordinary freedom of unimpeded motion, created a specific mechanical challenge that was also an aesthetic experience. The visual quality of movement across a smooth and frictionless surface, having its own particular pleasure, even when the puzzle built around that surface was frustrating. The best ice cave puzzles use the mechanical constraint of slipping movement to create a sense of genuine physical space, a place where the environment imposed its own terms on what was possible, where the player had to think about the consequences of movement before moving, rather than simply responding to what was directly ahead. The interaction between Pokémon and the natural world depicted in these games was never examined as directly as it might have been, but it was always present as a background element that gave the world a texture it would not have had otherwise. The tall grass that housed wild Pokémon was not simply a game mechanic, but a suggestion that the creatures of this world were integrated into ordinary ecosystems rather than existing separately from them. The Pokémon encountered in the water were not simply opponents to be caught or avoided, but evidence of a functioning aquatic ecosystem with its own populations and its own dynamics. The creatures that appeared in caves were cave creatures, adapted to specific conditions rather than generically distributed through the world. This ecological integration was never fully developed in any game, but it was consistently implied, and the implication was enough to give the world a sense of genuine depth. Players who thought about where specific Pokémon lived and why they lived there, about what they ate, and how they interacted with each other and with the humans whose settlements shared their territory, found that the games had planted seeds of ecological thinking that grew into something more interesting than the games themselves fully explored. The Pokédex entries were the primary vehicle for this ecological suggestion, describing behaviors and habitats and relationships that the game's mechanics could not represent, but that the descriptions made imaginatively available. The regional forms introduced in the 7th generation, which depicted familiar Pokémon adapted to the specific conditions of the Alolan environment in ways that changed their types and appearances and behaviors, were the most explicit engagement with ecological adaptation the series had produced. The concept that a Pokemon species could look and function differently in different environments was not new to biology, but was new to the games, and its introduction acknowledged something that the ecological integration of the world had always implied but never stated directly, that the creatures of the Pokemon world were responsive to their environments, that they were genuinely biological in their relationship to the conditions of their existence, rather than simply cosmetically varied. The friendships that developed between characters in the game's story, both the relationships the player character had with other trainers and the relationships those other characters had with each other, created a social texture to the world that made it feel populated by people with their own lives, rather than simply by trainers waiting for encounters. The best games in the series populated the world with characters whose connections to each other were visible through the dialogue and the events of the story, who changed over the course of the adventure in ways that were responsive to the adventure's events rather than to the player's progress alone. The professor's relationship with the player character and with the rival in the first generation was simple but effective, establishing a paternal figure whose authority was gentle and whose belief in the player's capacity for the journey was conveyed more through what he said to others than through what he said directly. The relationships between gym leaders across a region, which later games occasionally made visible through events or dialogue, suggested a community of skilled trainers who knew each other and who existed in relationship rather than in isolation. The Elite Four members who recognized each other and acknowledged the player's journey through those recognitions created the sense of a world where the player's adventure was real and witnessed rather than occurring in isolation. The support characters who appeared throughout the adventure to provide healing, information, items, or simply conversation added to the sense of a populated world by occupying specific roles within it that felt earned rather than arbitrary. The old woman who explained the game's mechanics in exchange for conversation, the collector whose desire for specific items created a trading chain that rewarded patience and attention, the watcher who stood at a specific viewpoint and offered a reflection on the landscape visible from that position. These characters were small individually, but collectively they created the atmosphere of a lived-in world rather than an empty stage. The moments when the game's world and the player's own life intersected, when the simple facts of geography or weather or time of day created a specific experience that could not be reproduced by simply replaying the same sequence of events, were among the most genuinely memorable the series produced, playing a night set event during actual nighttime. Finding a Pokémon whose seasonal appearance corresponded to the actual season outside the window. Walking through a rainy in-game route while rain fell on the other side of the glass. These coincidences between the world on the screen and the world outside it were small and accidental and entirely real in their effect, connecting the adventure to life in the way that the best play always finds ways to do. The games will continue to be played in these moments of intersection, in the quiet hours and the borrowed minutes, and the long, unhurried afternoons of a summer that comes around again every year, without the world changing quite enough to prevent the particular quality of attention that certain kinds of play require. The tall grass will remain as tall as it has always been. The creature in it will remain as patient, and the player who steps into it will find, as players have always found, that the world on the other side of that step is exactly large enough to hold whatever they bring to it. The particular way that each Pokémon game handled its opening sequence, the minutes before the player was handed full control of their character and allowed to begin the journey in earnest, reveals a great deal about what each game understood itself to be and what it believed the player needed before the adventure could properly begin. These openings have varied enormously across generations in their length, their ambition, their degree of guidance, and the specific quality of feeling they were trying to establish. But all of them were attempts to answer the same question, which was how to welcome a player into a new world and make them feel, from the very first moment, that the world was worth entering. The first generation's opening was famously economical. A brief sequence introduced the concept of Pokémon as creatures that shared the world with humans. A kindly face offered the adventure's essential premise. The player was given a name and released into Pallet Town with almost no further ceremony. This directness was not a limitation of the technology, though the technology was indeed limited, but a reflection of the game's confidence that the premise required no elaborate justification. The world was full of creatures, and the player was going to go find them, and that was sufficient reason for everything that followed. The second generation's opening was similarly restrained but carried a different quality, the specific feeling of a world settling into its own rhythms before the player arrived. The legendary bird appearing briefly against a sky of moving clouds was not an extended cutscene but a suggestion, the barest glimpse of something mythological that the game would spend its full length approaching gradually. This restraint was deliberate, setting the tone for a generation whose storytelling generally preferred suggestion to statement, whose most significant moments arrived quietly rather than dramatically. The third generation's opening introduced something the series had not previously attempted, which was the experience of arrival from somewhere else. The moving truck that carried the player's family to Little Root Town was a real-world detail of the most ordinary kind, completely incongruous with the fantastical setting it established, and the incongruity was the point. The game was saying, through this small and domestic image, that the world it was depicting had room for ordinary life, that the adventures within it were not set apart from the rhythms of the everyday, but grew out of them. The fourth generation's opening was the most mythologically weighted of any in the series to that point, presenting images of a cosmological narrative that the game would spend dozens of hours elaborating. A creature moving through a space that preceded the world's creation, a sense of vast and empty potential that the adventure would eventually fill with specific names and specific encounters. This was an opening that promised something large and asked the player to be patient in receiving it. The promise was kept, but the patience required was genuinely substantial, and the opening's ambition was in retrospect a foreshadowing of the game's most significant tensions. The fifth generation's opening was brief and confident, establishing the tone of a game that knew what it wanted to say and was not going to delay in saying it. Three friends stood at the edge of their hometown, looking at a stone monument, and the mood of the moment was warm and specific, the mood of a friendship that had accumulated enough history to be comfortable in its own silences. This image anchored the adventure that followed in a way that the more mythologically oriented openings of other games had not quite achieved, grounding the eventual philosophical complexity in something immediately human and immediately felt. The sixth generation's opening was the most technically spectacular the series had yet produced, using the new hardware capabilities to display a world of three-dimensional depth and color that felt genuinely cinematic in a way that previous games had only gestured toward. The beauty of the opening sequence was itself a kind of statement about what the game intended to offer, an adventure that was visually gorgeous as a fundamental quality of its experience, rather than simply as a technical achievement. The Kalos opening promised an aesthetic pleasure that the game delivered throughout, even when other elements of the experience were less consistently successful. The seventh generation's opening was perhaps the most emotionally precise of any in the series, because it established from its very first moments the emotional center of what followed. The young woman holding a small creature, the sense of uncertainty and the sense of care combined in a single image, communicated immediately what the game's story would be fundamentally about. The opening of a Sun and Moon playthrough did not deliver information, but feeling, and the feeling it delivered was the one that the game would spend its full length developing into something complex and affecting. The electric-type Pokémon across all generations have carried with them a specific kind of energy that has made them among the most reliably appealing in the series, their type associations connecting to qualities of speed and brightness and sudden unpredictability that translate naturally into both visual design and emotional resonance. The first generation's electric types established the range of expressions this energy could take, from the compact and cheerful personality of Pikachu to the elegant and powerful presence of Electabuzz to the geometric precision of Magnemite and its evolution line. Each of these was expressing something different about what electricity meant as a living characteristic, and together they created a template that subsequent generations would expand in various directions. The electric mouse line that began with Pikachu and was extended in every subsequent generation with a new small electric rodent became one of the series' most self-referential design traditions, each new edition occupying a position within the regional roster that was partly tribute to the original and partly an expression of something new. Some of these additions were beloved immediately. Others required more time to find their audience. But the tradition itself, the commitment to continuing a lineage that had begun with the series' most iconic single creature, was evidence of the game's awareness of their own history and their willingness to engage with that history playfully, rather than simply repeating it. The electric-type legendary Pokémon, who appeared across generations, each expressed a different facet of the type's symbolic possibilities. The legendary birds of the first generation included a Zapdos whose design captured something of the chaos and the danger of actual electrical storms, its form suggesting feathers that had been caught in perpetual lightning, its presence communicating something that felt genuinely threatening despite the familiar avian basic structure. Later generations added electric legendaries whose designs were more abstract and more cosmological, moving from the naturalistic imagery of a lightning-struck bird toward creatures whose relationship to electricity was more fundamental and less visible on the surface of their design. The electric-type moves that accumulated across generations created a vocabulary of specific expressions of electrical power that competitive players learned to distinguish precisely. The difference between a reliable but modest attack and a powerful but inaccurate one, between an attack that paralyzed its target and one that did not, between a move that drew electricity to the user and one that projected it outward, these distinctions were not simply mechanical, but were expressions of different aspects of what electricity could do, different ways of engaging with a natural phenomenon that the creatures of this world had internalized as part of their biological identity. The paralysis status condition associated with electric-type attacks created one of the game's most mechanically significant negative conditions, one that affected the afflicted Pokemon's speed and created a chance of complete immobility on any given turn. The strategic implications of this condition were enormous, because speed was one of the most consequential attributes in the battle system, determining which creature acted first in any given turn, and therefore what options were available to both sides. A paralyzed creature lost a portion of its speed advantage and was additionally at risk of losing its turn entirely, and these combined effects made electric-type moves and the creatures who used them strategically significant in ways that extended far beyond the immediate damage those moves dealt. The water-type Pokémon that have populated the oceans and rivers and lakes of every region represent the broadest and most varied subcategory within any single type in the series, encompassing creatures whose designs range from the directly naturalistic to the deeply fantastical, and whose competitive utilities cover an enormous range of roles and strategies. Water is the most abundant type in the series, and has always been, and the reasons for this abundance are connected to the role that water plays in the geography of these worlds, where ocean routes and fishing spots and surfing paths create more direct contact between the player and aquatic creatures than the geography creates between the player and creatures of most other types. The first generation's water types established the range of what the type could encompass. The Magikarp and Gyarados line told perhaps the most dramatic transformation story in the entire series, a creature of such conspicuous weakness that it became culturally significant precisely because of that weakness, whose evolution into one of the game's most powerful and visually striking creatures was a narrative event rather than simply a mechanical change. The story of Magikarp's evolution was not told through dialogue or cutscene, but through the experience of training a creature that contributed almost nothing to battles for a long time and then became something that could not be ignored, and this experiential telling made it more affecting than any explicit narrative could have been. The Lapras that occupied a specific dock in the first generation's largest city, a single individual creature that could be received from a character who was concerned about its species' declining numbers, introduced something subtle into the game's ecological thinking that the games would continue to acknowledge across generations without ever making fully explicit. The game was saying, through this single interaction, that the creatures of its world were vulnerable in ways that the game's ordinary mechanics did not represent, that populations could be depleted, that specific individuals could carry the weight of a larger loss. The Lapras you received was not simply a useful Pokémon for surf navigation. It was, in the game's quiet acknowledgement, something rarer than it should have been. The surfing mechanic that required a specific ability to use, and that enabled traversal of the water routes, defining so much of every region's geography, created the most extended and most meditative movement experiences the games offered. Surfing was slower than running, offered no shortcuts, and presented nothing in the immediate foreground to direct attention toward. What it offered instead was the expanse of the water itself, the sense of crossing something genuinely wide, of the destination being visible only as a distant shore or not visible at all. The Pokémon encountered while surfing were different from those encountered in tall grass, and encountering them in the specific context of open water gave them a quality that the same creatures encountered in other contexts would not have had. The fishing mechanic, which required specific items of different qualities to access different types of aquatic Pokémon, created a ritual of preparation and patient waiting that was distinct from every other encounter mechanic the games used. The act of casting a line and waiting for a response, then responding to that response within a small window of time, was a miniature rhythm that some players found meditative and others found frustrating, but that was always connected to the specific feeling of fishing as an activity rather than simply as a game mechanic. The best fishing spots in the series had their own qualities of place that made the activity feel situated, connected to the specific geography and the specific creatures that geography contained. The fire-type Pokémon carry within their designs a consistent tension between the warmth that fire can represent and the destruction that fire can also cause, and the best fire-type designs have always held both of these qualities simultaneously, rather than resolving the tension in one direction or the other. Charizard was the series' original, most prominent example of this duality, a creature whose flame and flight and power were genuinely dramatic in their visual expression, and whose relationship with the player who raised it from Charmander was one of the series' foundational stories of transformation and loyalty. The emotional weight of finally evolving a Charizard after the long process of developing from Charmander's fragile beginning was one of the first generation's most reliably affecting moments. The Fire-type legendary Pokémon who appeared across generations each carried specific mythological associations that gave them cultural contexts beyond the simple mechanics of their type. Ho-Oh's connection to resurrection and to the promise of a golden future, visible in its coloring and its legendary status as the creature who returned the three legendary beasts to life, made it a creature whose appearance carried a specific kind of hope that the game's darker moments needed. Grodin's volcanic and land-creating nature positioned it as a force of geological time rather than simply a powerful creature, something that had been present in the world long before any trainer had arrived and would outlast them all. Each of these legendaries used the fire type's associations with power and transformation to tell a story that extended beyond the mechanics of battle into the cosmological narratives that gave each game its deepest layers of meaning. The fire-type gym leaders who appeared across the series occupied specific positions within the journey's emotional architecture because of the type's associations with intensity and challenge. The gym leader who specialized in fire was often positioned at a point in the journey where the player needed to be tested in a way that felt genuinely demanding, and the type's characteristic strength against the grass and ice and bug types that often constituted the player's early party created reliable difficulty without requiring complex battle design. The fire gym's position in the journey was rarely early, because the challenge it posed was calibrated for a player whose team had developed beyond the beginning stages, and who needed something that would press that development. The grass-type Pokémon have always occupied a specific aesthetic position within the series that is connected to the qualities of plant life itself, to growth and patience, and the particular kind of strength that is rooted rather than mobile. The first generation's grass types were among the most directly naturalistic in the series, drawing from real plants and giving those plants a minimal but effective transformation into creatures whose basic biological identity was always visible in their design. A creature based on a venomous plant was clearly a creature based on a venomous plant, but it was also something more than that, something that inhabited the logic of the game's world in specific ways that the real plant could not. The grass-type starter line of every generation has been perhaps the most philosophically consistent set of starter lines in the series, regularly exploring the relationship between the apparent modesty of plant life and the genuine complexity and power that plant life can contain. The grass starter is often the least immediately appealing of the three choices in any given generation, because the aesthetic qualities of fire and water tend toward the dramatic and the graceful in ways that the aesthetic qualities of grass do not. But players who chose the grass starter regularly found that the complexity of what they had chosen was revealed gradually across the adventure, that the qualities of the type that had seemed modest in the beginning accumulated into something with genuine depth and genuine power by the end. The poison type's frequent association with grass-type Pokémon was not coincidental, but reflected something about the game's designers thinking about what plant life meant as a biological category, about the relationship between growth and toxicity, between the nourishing and the dangerous aspects of the natural world. Many of the game's early grass-type Pokémon were also poison-type, occupying a dual category that acknowledged the specific ways that plants defend themselves and the specific dangers that vegetation can pose to the creatures that interact with it. This dual typing was a small piece of ecological thinking embedded in the game's basic classification system. The ancient and mystical qualities that grass-type Pokémon sometimes carried, their connections to cycles of growth and decay, and the deep rhythms of natural systems, gave certain creatures in this type a quality that differed from the elemental directness of fire and water. Shaymin, a small creature connected to the gratitude of the land and to the healing of places damaged by pollution, carried a mythological significance that was gentle rather than dramatic, connected to ideas of restoration rather than power. The grass-type legendary creatures more broadly tended toward these associations with the living world rather than the cosmological, with the specific processes of ecological health rather than the abstract principles of time and space and creation. The rock-type and ground-type Pokémon share a geographic association that has made them among the most consistently present in the game's early areas, where the specific terrain of mountain routes and cave systems provided natural habitats for creatures whose designs drew from stone and earth. The first gym leader of the first generation specialized in rock types, and this positioning was deliberate because rock-type creatures were among the most naturally discoverable in the early game, and because defeating them required the player to use specifically effective strategies rather than simply overwhelming them with a stronger version of their own approach. Brock's Onyx, the large stone snake Pokémon that anchored his team in the first generation, established the rock-type aesthetic with extraordinary efficiency. A creature made of stone that moved like a living thing, that was enormous and slow and possessed of a specific kind of imposing presence that had nothing to do with speed or cunning and everything to do with scale and solidity, was a perfect expression of what rock could mean as a type. The difficulty of defeating Onyx with the Charmander that many players chose as their starter created one of the first generation's most memorable early challenges, a test that could be failed and that required genuine thought to overcome. The ground type's connection to seismic activity, to the specific power of an impact that traveled through the earth itself, gave the type a quality of devastating effectiveness that made its representative moves among the most strategically significant in the game. The move Earthquake, which hit every Pokémon on the field when used in double battles, and which was powerful and broadly distributed among ground-type Pokémon, was one of the most important single moves in the game's competitive lexicon, its significance defining strategies and team compositions for every generation in which it appeared. The ground type's specific weakness to water and immunity to electric attacks created a strategic profile that was both powerful and specifically limited, and this combination of strength and limitation was characteristic of the best type design the series produced. The fossil Pokémon that could be obtained through the rock and ground-associated environments of each game, creatures revived from ancient remains, occupied a special aesthetic territory that combined the visual qualities of stone and ancient biology into something genuinely distinctive. Their designs incorporated the structural elements of fossils, the specific visual qualities of creatures whose soft tissue had been replaced by mineral deposits, into something that moved and acted like a living creature, creating an aesthetic that was simultaneously archaic and vital. The emotional register of encountering these creatures was different from the encounter with ordinary wild Pokémon because they carried within them the weight of enormous spans of time. The ghost-type Pokémon have always occupied a uniquely significant position within the series' emotional architecture because the qualities associated with them, the connection to death and memory, and the persistence of emotion beyond its original context, are qualities that carry weight in any storytelling tradition, and that the games have handled with varying degrees of directness across their history. The first generation's ghost types were deliberately mysterious, their true forms withheld from the player until specific narrative conditions were met, and this withholding created an atmosphere around the Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town that was unlike anything else in the game. The ghastly line's connection to the spectral traditions of Japanese folklore was visible in their designs, which drew from a specific set of cultural associations about how spirits appeared and what qualities they possessed. The round, featureless darkness of Ghastly, with its thin haze of gas surrounding an inky core, suggested something that was a presence more than a form, an entity defined more by what it was not than what it was. Haunter's hands floating free of its body, able to move independently and to reach toward things that the body could not, suggested a creature whose parts were not fully unified, whose identity was distributed across multiple separate elements. Gengar's solidification into something more recognizable, a figure that could be identified as having a form, represented the final stage of a ghost that had found enough material substance to be genuinely present in the world. The Gravemarker Pokémon that appeared in later generations, creatures whose designs were directly connected to burial practices and to the specific artifacts of mourning, pushed the ghost type's associations more explicitly toward death as a cultural phenomenon rather than simply as an atmospheric quality. These designs were among the more conceptually daring the series produced, taking subjects that children's entertainment typically avoided and engaging with them through a combination of genuine seriousness and the specific lightness that characterizes the series' approach to difficult material. The result was not disturbing in the way that the same material might be in a different context, but it was not entirely comfortable either, which was precisely the emotional register that ghost-type Pokémon had always been designed to occupy. The haunted spaces that ghost-type Pokémon inhabited in each region, the old towers and the abandoned buildings, and the specific locations where something bad had happened and its echo persisted, were among the most atmospherically distinctive in the series. These spaces were usually optional, not required for the main progression, which gave them a quality of genuine discovery that encounters in required spaces could not have. Players who wandered into these spaces without being directed there encountered something that the game had prepared but had not advertised, something that rewarded the specific choice to explore beyond the edges of the directed path. The Dragon-type Pokémon occupied a privileged position within the series' power hierarchy from the very beginning, their rarity and their late-game availability combining with their generally high statistical profiles to make them simultaneously the most coveted and the most challenging creatures to obtain and develop. The first generation's dragon type was represented almost exclusively by the Dratini line, creatures who were so rare and so difficult to find that many players completed their first playthrough without encountering one, and whose final evolution into Dragonite was a transformation of such dramatic scale that the gap between the beginning and end of the line was greater than any other evolutionary sequence in the generation. The dragon type's specific weakness to itself and its near immunity to most other types created a competitive ecosystem where dragon-type Pokémon were both the most powerful attackers and the most reliable targets for other dragon-type attacks, a kind of internal balance that made the type simultaneously dominant and vulnerable in specific ways. This self-referential quality of the type's strengths and weaknesses gave it a mythological coherence that felt appropriate. The idea that the things powerful enough to challenge a dragon were other dragons, that the category of the extraordinary could only be tested by others within the same category. The legendary dragon Pokémon, who appeared across generations, were among the most visually complex and the most narratively significant creatures in the series, because the dragon association carried within it the weight of the entire storytelling tradition of dragons as creatures of power and wisdom and danger. Rayquaza's position at the edge of the atmosphere, above the conflict between the creatures of land and sea, made it a creature of mediation and adjudication rather than simply of power, something that existed at a perspective where the scale of the conflict below was comprehensible. Reshiram and Zekrom's embodiment of truth and ideals gave the dragon type a philosophical dimension it had not previously occupied, connecting raw power to the most abstract of moral concepts in a way that felt genuinely new. The fairy type introduced in the 6th generation as a specific counter to the dragon type was one of the most significant single additions to the type system in the series' history, because it disrupted a power dynamic that had been in place since the beginning and that had shaped competitive play across multiple generations. The fairy type's resistance to dragon attacks and the fairy type's super effectiveness against dragon types meant that the creatures and strategies that had dominated competitive play needed to be reconsidered from the ground up. The introduction of the fairy type was a statement that the series was willing to reshape its fundamental power relationships rather than simply adding new elements to an existing structure. The aesthetic evolution of Pokémon design across generations is one of the most fascinating threads in the series' history, and following it carefully reveals both the changing influences that shaped each generation's designers and the accumulating self-awareness of a franchise learning what it was and what it could be. The first generation's designs were largely direct and unself-conscious, drawing from real animals and real objects with a minimum of abstraction or conceptual complexity. A duck with a head cold was a duck with a head cold. An electric mouse was an electric mouse. The simplicity was not a limitation, but a foundation, and the designs that built on that foundation in subsequent generations benefited from having it to stand on. The second generation's designs introduced a greater degree of conceptual complexity, with more creatures whose basic nature was a combination of influences, rather than a single clear reference point. The Espion and Umbreon line, which took the Eevee concept of an adaptable creature and connected it to the specific conditions of relationship and time, rather than to elemental exposure, was a significant expansion of what the Pokémon concept could encompass. A creature defined by who you were when you raised it, and when you raised it was a creature defined by relationship in a way that the first generation's designs had not attempted. The third generation's designs showed the influence of ecological thinking in ways that were more systematic than the earlier games had managed, with creatures designed in relation to specific ecosystems and specific behavioral niches rather than simply as individual entities. The aquatic Pokémon of Hoenn were particularly notable in this regard, their designs reflecting the specific biodiversity of tropical coral reef environments with a specificity of ecological reference that earlier games had not attempted. The result was a regional roster that felt genuinely connected to the geography of the region it populated, whose creatures made sense in their specific environments in ways that went beyond simply making sense as creatures. The fourth generation's designs were more ambitious in their conceptual reach than any previous generation, attempting designs that were more abstract and more mythologically informed than what had come before. Some of these designs were widely celebrated, others generated significant discussion about where the boundaries of accessible Pokémon design lay. The ghost-type Pokémon of the fourth generation, whose designs engaged directly with cultural practices around death and burial, were among the most striking examples of this expanded ambition, and the reactions to them clarified something about what the series' audience expected and what it was willing to receive. The fifth generation's designs were the most internally diverse of any generation, ranging from creatures of extraordinary conceptual complexity to creatures of deliberate simplicity and playfulness. The diversity was itself a statement about what the series was and what it could accommodate, a recognition that a good roster needed more than a single register, that the creatures who populated a region needed to feel as varied as the creatures who populate any genuine ecosystem. The occasional controversy around specific fifth-generation designs was part of what made the generation's overall approach valuable, because the willingness to divide opinion was evidence of a willingness to attempt things that mattered. The sixth generation's designs were shaped by the aesthetic possibilities of three-dimensional rendering in ways that were sometimes exciting and sometimes limiting. The ability to display creatures in 3 dimensions allowed for designs with qualities that 2-dimensional sprites had not been able to fully represent: depth and texture, and the specific way that forms look when they have genuine volume. But 3-dimensional rendering also imposed constraints, because designs needed to work as 3-dimensional objects that could be animated convincingly, and not every concept that worked as a sprite translated naturally into the additional dimension. The 7th generation's regional variants, creatures whose designs had been adapted to the specific conditions of the Alolan environment, added a meta-level of design complexity to the roster by asking what familiar creatures would look like if they had developed under different conditions. The answers to this question were often surprising in their specificity, suggesting evolutionary pressures and adaptive responses that felt genuinely biological even within the fantastical context of the game's world. The concept opened possibilities that subsequent games continued to explore, making the consideration of environmental context a regular part of the design process rather than a one-time experiment. The move types that creatures could learn, which often but not always corresponded to the creature's elemental typing, created a vocabulary of combat expression that grew more complex with each generation. A creature could learn moves of its own type, whose effectiveness was enhanced by this match, as well as moves of other types that provided coverage against opponents who resisted its primary type. The process of selecting which 4 moves to carry on any given creature from the larger pool available was one of the game's most fundamental strategic challenges, because the choice of moves determined what the creature could do and what it could not, what opponents it could threaten, and what opponents threatened it. The move tutors who appeared in post-game areas or in specific locations throughout each game, offering to teach powerful or unusual moves to creatures who met specific conditions, created a sense that the world contained expertise that could not be simply purchased or acquired through ordinary progress. The moves these tutors offered were often among the most strategically significant available, and finding them and satisfying the conditions for receiving them was a form of discovery that felt qualitatively different from the ordinary acquisition of moves through leveling. The world offered these tools to players who were curious enough to seek them, patient enough to develop the relationships that earned access to them, and knowledgeable enough to understand what they were receiving. The move metronome, which randomly selected any other move in the game and used it, was a small and whimsical design choice that had enormous conceptual implications. A move that could become any other move was a move that contained within itself the entire vocabulary of battle, all the specific expressions of elemental power and physical force and strategic manipulation that the game had developed. Using metronome was a way of engaging with that entire vocabulary at random, of accepting the possibility that any outcome might occur, of giving up control in exchange for the possibility of something extraordinary. The move was rarely strategically sound, but it was a perfect expression of something playful and genuine about what the games were. The concept of held items, introduced in the second generation and expanded into a central strategic element in subsequent games, transformed the nature of Pokémon customization by adding a layer of equipment to the choices that shaped each creature's capabilities. A creature's held item could be as simple as a berry that provided healing at a specific moment, or as strategically complex as an item that changed the fundamental rules of how the creature's moves functioned. The addition of held items meant that the same creature could be prepared in multiple entirely different ways, each preparation suited to a different strategic purpose, and that the choice of preparation was itself a significant strategic decision. The choice of held item for a competitive Pokémon was often as important as the choice of moves, because the item could fundamentally change the conditions under which the creature was effective. An item that prevented the creature from being surprised by a specific type of move, an item that automatically restored health at specific intervals, an item that doubled the effectiveness of a specific category of moves. These were not refinements of a creature's existing strategy, but alterations of it, changes that could make an otherwise marginal creature suddenly viable or an otherwise excellent creature suddenly essential. The depth of the held item system was one of the things that made competitive Pokémon so rich and so continuously interesting across multiple generations. The berries that served as held items in many situations had their own internal logic that connected to the game's broader ecological thinking. Different berries served different purposes, some providing healing against specific status conditions, others reducing the effectiveness of specific types of attacks before they could deal their full damage. The variety of berries and their specific interactions created a secondary vocabulary within the held item system, a set of tools designed specifically for the moment-to-moment management of battle conditions rather than for the strategic shaping of a creature's capabilities over the long term. Players who understood the berry system had access to options that purely reactive players did not, because they had prepared for specific situations rather than simply responding to whatever occurred. The champion battles that have concluded each game's main story have always been, as previously noted, the most emotionally weighted moments in the structure of these games, but it is worth examining them more carefully as individual encounters rather than simply as a category of event. Each champion was designed to express something specific about the game that produced them, and the qualities that made each one distinctive were not arbitrary, but connected to the overall themes and emotional intentions of their respective games. Champion Blue of the first generation was defined by his roster rather than his personality, which was consistent with the first generation's general approach to characterization, but which also expressed something specific about what the encounter meant. His team included all three starter types and was built around coverage and capability rather than type specialization, suggesting a trainer who had thought carefully about how to prepare for any possible opponent rather than simply deepening their expertise in a preferred area. This thoroughness made him a genuine final challenge, and the symbolism of facing a rival who had prepared for everything you might bring was appropriate to a game whose journey had been defined by the pressure of his constant presence. Champion Lance of the second generation was built around the dragon type's power and the mythology surrounding it, and his presence at the summit of the world's highest mountain gave the encounter a geographical weight that supported its emotional significance. He had also appeared throughout the game in other contexts, as a member of the Elite Four in the game's previous version, and as an agent who assisted the player against Team Rocket in Johto, and these earlier encounters had established him as someone whose mastery was genuinely earned and genuinely impressive. Facing him as champion meant facing someone whose capabilities had been established through multiple earlier contexts, rather than simply revealed at the end. Champion Wallace of the third generation, who appeared only in the original Sapphire version, while Steven Stone occupied the champion position in Ruby, expressed something specific about the aesthetic priorities that separated the two versions of the game. Wallace's focus on water types and his designer's sensibility about the beauty of his creatures reflected the water-centric themes of Sapphire's version of the game's conflict, and his presence at the top of the league was an extension of those themes into their highest expression. Steven's geological and steel-type focus offered a different set of associations, connecting the champion's identity to the earth and the ancient, rather than to the ocean and the aesthetic. Champion Cynthia of the fourth generation became one of the most remembered champions in the series' history for reasons that went beyond the genuine difficulty of her team. Her recurring presence throughout the Sinnoh adventure, always appearing at specific moments of discovery or transition to offer information or perspective, created a relationship between her and the player that extended beyond a single climactic encounter. By the time the player faced her as champion, they had accumulated a sense of who she was that gave the encounter a texture that purely final bosses could not have. She felt like a person whose respect was worth earning rather than simply an obstacle whose defeat was required. Champion Alder of the fifth generation occupied a specific and unusual position within his game's story, because the game's central conflict was resolved before the player reached him, and the champion battle therefore functioned as a coda rather than a climax, a celebration of what had been accomplished rather than the final test of whether it could be accomplished. This displacement of the champion's narrative function was intentional, a reflection of the game's sense that the truly significant events had occurred elsewhere and that what the League represented was something more like acknowledgement than final challenge. The encounter was still satisfying, but its satisfaction came from a different source than the satisfaction of other champion encounters. Champion Diantha of the 6th generation was defined by her elegance and her grace, qualities that were connected both to the region's French aesthetic influences and to the game's central themes of beauty and friendship. Her team included the fairy type that had been introduced in her generation, and that was strongly associated with the game's central themes, and her presence as champion made the League feel like a completion of the aesthetic vision that the Kalos region had expressed throughout. She was not the most challenging champion in the series' history, but she was one of the most aesthetically coherent, and in a game where aesthetic coherence was one of the primary values being expressed, this was an appropriate form of success. Champion Kukui of the 7th generation occupied the most unusual champion position in the series' history because he had created the Pokémon League himself within the timeline of the game's story, and the player's challenge against him was literally the first championship battle the League had ever hosted. This temporal immediacy gave the encounter a quality of genuine inaugural significance, the sense of something new being established rather than something existing being continued. Kukui's passion for battle and his genuine warmth toward the player, established through his recurring presence as a mentor figure throughout the adventure, made his presence as champion feel like a gift rather than an obstacle, the gift of a final challenge from someone who had genuinely wanted the player to reach this moment. The ending that follows the champion battle in each game has always been one of the most carefully considered moments in the series, because what happens after the credits roll determines how the game will be remembered, not just as an experience that concluded, but as a world that persisted. The games that handled this moment best were the ones that understood the difference between an ending and a conclusion, between the story's completion and the world's continuation. The first generation's post-champion world was defined by what it had always been defined by, which was the possibility of catching the remaining Pokémon that the main story had not required encountering. The game offered this possibility without ceremony, simply allowing the world to continue as it had been, available for whatever the player chose to do within it. This approach was modest but honest, acknowledging that the story had concluded without pretending that everything interesting about the world had been exhausted. The second generation's expansion of the post-champion world into the entirety of a previous game's region was the most ambitious post-game gesture the series ever made, and it succeeded because it was not simply additional content, but genuinely additional world, a place with its own geography and its own emotional register and its own encounter waiting at its summit that constituted a second and more personal completion than the one the main story had provided. The sense of having earned access to something that could have existed anywhere but had been placed specifically at this moment in the journey when the player's team was strong enough and their knowledge of the world deep enough to appreciate what they were receiving was a form of design generosity that the series has never quite replicated. The third generation's post-game offered the most open-ended continuation of any generation's, with the emphasis on catching and exploring rather than on additional narrative content. The legendary Pokémon who waited in specific locations throughout the world, accessible now that the main story had concluded, created a series of specific goals that the player could pursue at whatever pace felt natural, with no urgency and no direction except whatever the player brought to the activity. This openness was its own form of respect for the player's time and for the player's relationship with the world, an acknowledgement that what the world had to offer was genuinely available, and that the pace of engagement with it was entirely the player's to determine. The fourth generation's post-game introduced new narratives that extended beyond the main story's conclusions, offering additional legendary encounters whose stories were connected to the game's central mythological framework, but whose specific circumstances were revealed only after the champion had been defeated. These additional encounters thus felt like the world offering more of what it had been building toward, like the game acknowledging that the mythology it had established was large enough to contain more than one culminating moment. The player who engaged with these post-game encounters found that the Sinnoh region's depth was genuinely greater than the main story's arc had been able to show. The fifth generation's post-game was perhaps the most narratively rich the series produced, with the sequel games that followed the originals providing the most complete vision of what post-game continuation could look like when it was fully integrated into the game's design rather than simply appended to it. The world 2 years later, with all the changes that 2 years had brought, was not simply a continuation of the original adventure, but a genuinely new experience that referenced and built upon the original without requiring it, expanding the world's story in directions that the original games had prepared without completing. The sense of continuation that the best Pokémon games left behind, the feeling that the world persisted and that the player's relationship with it persisted even after the screen went dark, was one of the series' most consistent and most valued qualities. These were not games that ended when their stories concluded, but games that continued to exist in the imagination, their worlds available for return whenever the player chose to return to them, their creatures available for the continued investment of attention and care that the journey had established as the relationship these games offered and rewarded. The towns built around water in each region have always carried a specific quality of atmosphere that distinguishes them from inland settlements, a quality connected to the particular way that proximity to water changes the character of a place. The docks and piers and harbors that marked these towns created a sense of movement and departure, of journeys beginning and ending, of the sea as both a boundary and an opening. Vermilion City in the first generation was perhaps the most quietly affecting of these places, a port town that sat at the edge of Kanto with a harbor full of implications and a gym leader who had sailed the world. Arriving there after the routes that preceded it carried a specific feeling of having reached something significant, a place where the horizon opened in a direction the interior of the region had not offered. The harbor towns of subsequent regions developed this quality in different directions, each reflecting something about the region's relationship with the sea and the specific role that maritime travel and maritime culture played in the world being depicted. Slateport City in Hoenn was a port built around commercial activity, its energy connected to trade and to the movement of goods and people that a functioning harbor creates. The researchers and the collectors and the sailors who populated its streets gave it the feeling of a place where the world beyond the region was genuinely present, where the horizon was a real thing, that real ships crossed in real ways. The seaside aesthetic that appeared in specific cities and routes throughout the series created one of the game's most reliably beautiful visual registers, a combination of bright water and coastal light, and the specific palette that ocean environments produce. The sound design that accompanied these spaces, where it existed, added a layer of sensory completeness that made the visual experience feel more fully realized. The best seaside routes in the series were genuinely pleasant to move through, not just as game spaces that needed to be traversed, but as environments that rewarded the time spent within them. The lighthouse structures that appeared in several generations of games, tall buildings whose upper rooms offered views over the surrounding landscape and whose functions connected to the traditions of maritime navigation, were among the most evocative recurring architectural elements in the series. The lighthouse in the second generation's Olivine City was particularly memorable because its keeper's distress at a sick Pokémon who lived at its top connected the building's function to a story of care and responsibility that was entirely consistent with the game's broader themes. The lighthouse was not simply a geographic landmark, but a site of emotional significance, and the memory of ascending it while the city's ordinary sounds fell away below, was one of the generation's most distinctive experiences. The Ice-type Pokémon and the cold environments they inhabited created a specific aesthetic counterpoint to the warm and tropical registers that dominated many of the series' most beloved regions. The Ice types offered something that Fire types and Grass types could not, which was the quality of stillness and clarity associated with cold, the sense of a world simplified by frost into its essential forms. The best Ice-type designs captured this quality of crystalline clarity in their visual presentation, making creatures whose forms were defined by the absence of the complexity that warmth and growth added to other types. The ice routes that wound through the higher elevations of each region's mountain areas created some of the most visually distinctive spaces in the games, places where the ordinary color palette of the game's world was replaced by a more limited and more striking range of whites and blues. Moving through these routes had a specific quality of exposure, of being in a place where the ordinary protections of the landscape had been removed, and where the only available warmth was the warmth carried inward. The encounters with Ice-type Pokémon in these environments felt appropriate in a way that encounters in warmer, more varied environments could not, connected to the specific conditions of the place rather than simply distributed throughout it. The legendary Ice-type Pokémon, whose appearances punctuated specific moments in several game stories, occupied a position between the crystalline clarity of the type's aesthetic qualities and the mythological weight that legendary status always imposed. The legendary Icebird of the first generation, encountered in a snowy mountain environment that the ordinary course of the game might never lead a player to explore, carried a presence that was defined partly by its visual qualities and partly by the specific difficulty of the location. A creature encountered at the end of a difficult climb in a cold and featureless environment was encountered differently than a creature encountered in a more accessible location, and the difficulty of the approach was part of what gave the encounter its specific emotional texture. The snowflake patterns that adorned many Ice-type Pokémon's designs were not merely decorative, but connected to the specific crystalline mathematics of actual ice formation, the self-similar structures that frost creates when water freezes slowly under specific conditions. This connection to real-world physics, embedded in the visual design of these creatures, was characteristic of the series' broader approach to naturalistic inspiration. Its willingness to find the aesthetically interesting within the scientifically accurate rather than departing from accuracy in pursuit of visual appeal. The psychic-type Pokémon represented something specific in the first generation's design, thinking that subsequent generations would modify and complicate without entirely replacing, which was the association between mental power and a particular kind of aloof intelligence. The creatures of the first generation, who used psychic abilities, tended toward designs that suggested a relationship with the physical world that was more observational than participatory, creatures who existed in a slightly different register than the purely physical creatures around them, and who expressed this difference through floating, through stillness, through the specific visual quality of something whose power was not visibly muscular. Alakazam remained the most direct expression of this aesthetic, a creature whose entire design was organized around the image of concentrated mental capability, whose body was simultaneously too thin to suggest physical power and too precise to be accidental, whose spoons were a cultural reference to specific demonstrations of purported mental ability that connected the creature to a particular moment in the popular culture of the time. The spoons were not arbitrary but loaded, connected to specific claims and specific controversies and specific qualities of public imagination about what the mind could do if sufficiently developed. The psychic-type legendaries, who appeared across generations, expressed the type's associations with perception and understanding in ways that connected to each game's larger cosmological concerns. The legendary trio of the first generation, Three birds whose powers included stopping time and creating cold and summoning lightning suggested that the most fundamental forces of the world were accessible to sufficiently powerful consciousness. The Uxie and Mesprit, an Azelf of the fourth generation, small creatures embodying knowledge and emotion and willpower, connected the psychic type more directly to the philosophical questions the fourth generation was exploring, the questions about what consciousness was and what it meant that consciousness could interact with reality in the ways the legendary Pokémon demonstrated. The dark type's introduction in the second generation as a specific counter to the psychic type acknowledged something about the narrative logic of mental power. The idea that psychic abilities were most effectively countered not by a different kind of power, but by a different kind of mind, one that operated outside the systematic rules that psychic abilities depended on. The dark type was not powerful in the sense that fighting types were powerful through a straightforward application of greater force, but effective in the sense of operating outside the framework within which psychic power was most fully expressed. This framing gave the dark type a philosophical specificity that was unusual for a game mechanic and that connected to real ideas about the limits of systematic thinking. The fighting type Pokémon occupied a specific position in the series design, thinking that was connected to both martial traditions and to the specific qualities of physical strength and discipline that those traditions expressed. The fighting type was one of the few types whose creatures tended toward humanoid forms, because the cultural associations of martial arts and physical combat were specifically human associations, and the creatures who embodied them often did so by reflecting human practitioners of those traditions back in a form that was recognizably inspired by them while being genuinely distinct. Masham's four arms, which allowed it to deliver many more blows in a given time than any two-armed creature could manage, expressed the fighting type's essential quality of intensity, of commitment to the physical expression of force in a way that was visually distinctive and conceptually clear. The creature was not simply strong in the way that many Pokémon were strong, but expressed its strength through a design that communicated multiplied effort, the application of more than ordinary physical resources to the act of combat. The four arms were not merely additional limbs, but a visual argument about what it meant to be maximally committed to a fighting approach. The martial arts traditions that influenced many fighting type designs created a subtle cultural geography within the type, with creatures drawing from different traditions, expressing different aesthetics and different philosophies of combat. A creature inspired by the standing grappling traditions of wrestling expressed different qualities than one inspired by the striking traditions of boxing, and one inspired by the weapons-based traditions of various Asian martial arts expressed different qualities still. This variety within a shared type created the sense of a world that had multiple approaches to the specific challenges of physical combat, multiple philosophies of what it meant to be genuinely skilled rather than simply strong. The overlap between fighting types and the concept of discipline was one of the series' most consistent implicit themes, the idea that the most effective physical capability was capability that had been developed through patient practice rather than simply inherited through birth. The fighting type Pokémon, who were defined by their training as much as by their natural capabilities, were expressing something about the values that the type embodied, values that were compatible with the game's broader narrative about the development of trainers and their Pokémon through shared experience and accumulated effort. The normal type Pokémon have always occupied a position within the series that is harder to characterize than any other type, because the normal type is defined partly by what it is and partly by what it is not, which is any of the other specific elemental categories. Normal type Pokémon were the default, the creatures whose capabilities were not organized around a specific elemental association, and this lack of elemental specificity gave them a particular quality that was both a limitation and a freedom. They were effective against nothing and resisted by nothing, immune to nothing, and weak against fighting, which created a strategic profile that was simultaneously flexible and specifically vulnerable. The normal type creatures who were most memorable in the series' history tended to be memorable for reasons other than their typing, because the type itself offered nothing visually distinctive or thematically specific to anchor a design. Snorlax was memorable for its extreme expression of a single characteristic, the quality of rest and contentment taken to an absurd and charming extreme. Eevee was memorable for the extraordinary adaptability that its evolutionary possibilities expressed. The normal type is a kind of pure potential that could become any of several more specific things. Chansey and its evolution, Blissey, were memorable for their extraordinary capability and specific statistical dimensions that made them crucial to competitive strategies, despite appearing utterly harmless. The move normal that did not exist, the absence at the center of the type's move vocabulary, was itself interesting, because it meant that the normal type's moves were defined entirely by their function and mechanical characteristics rather than by any elemental association. A normal type attack was not calling on any specific force of the natural world, but simply expressing physical capability in its most unmediated form, and this quality of unmediation was connected to the type's broader aesthetic of ordinariness, of creatures who engaged with the world through direct contact rather than through the mediation of elemental power. The dual normal type Pokémon, who combined the type's flexibility with a second type's specific associations, were often among the most strategically interesting in their categories, because the normal type's immunities and weaknesses combined with the second type's to create profiles that were unexpected and sometimes surprisingly effective. A Pokémon that was both as normal type and flying type, for instance, lost the ground type immunity that pure flying types possessed, but gained the fighting type immunity of the normal type, creating a specific combination of resistances and vulnerabilities that required careful analysis to navigate correctly. The specific experience of battling the Elite Four for the first time, without knowing what to expect from any of the four trainers, was one of the series' most reliably challenging and most reliably memorable experiences. The Elite Four sequence imposed a resource constraint that the rest of the game had not required, because the party that entered could not be healed between the four battles unless specific consumable items were used, and a party depleted by the first three encounters faced the fourth in a weakened state. This design created genuine tension that persisted through every playthrough, because even experienced players who knew what was coming could not entirely avoid the attrition of four consecutive battles. The different type specializations of the four Elite Four members in each game were chosen not just for strategic variety, but for narrative coherence, creating a sequence of encounters whose total effect expressed something about the game's thematic concerns. The order in which players chose to face them, in games that allowed such choice, added a layer of personal strategy to the sequence, because beginning with the member whose type was least threatening to the player's team preserved strength for later encounters, while beginning with the most threatening eliminated the greatest danger, early at potential cost, to the battles that followed. The Elite Four trainers, who recurred across games and remakes, acquired a continuity that simple boss encounters could not have, because players who remembered them from previous versions brought to their new encounters the specific memories of what those trainers had meant before. Lorelei of the first generation's Elite Four, encountered again in the second generation's post-game Kanto at a different position in the world's story, was not simply a repeated challenge, but a continuation of a relationship that the game's shared continuity had established. Finding a familiar face in a new context created a specific quality of recognition that was among the series' most reliable pleasures. The moment of the Elite Four's completion, of having passed through all four chambers and arrived at the champion's door, was always accompanied by a specific quality of anticipation that the games created through pacing as much as through content. The corridor leading from the final Elite Four chamber to the champion's room was brief, but it created a pause, a moment between the last completion and the next beginning, that allowed the accumulated tension of the sequence to settle into something specific and feeling shaped rather than simply mechanical. Walking through that corridor was one of the series' most consistent experiences of genuine anticipation. The nature of memory in these games is worth considering carefully because the games create a specific kind of memory that is different from the memory created by most other entertainment forms. The memories of a Pokémon playthrough are not primarily memories of specific content, but of specific experiences, and those experiences are shaped as much by what the player brought to them as by what the game provided. The memory of catching a specific Pokémon in a specific location at a specific moment in a specific playthrough is a memory that belongs entirely to the person who holds it, shaped by the specific combination of circumstances that produced it, and impossible to share fully with anyone who was not present for it. This quality of irreducible personal significance is connected to the game's structure as genuinely open experiences within established frameworks. Every journey through a region followed the same general path, but was traversed differently by different players, and differently by the same player on different occasions, and these differences accumulated into experiences that were genuinely distinct in ways that mattered. The specific party you carried, the specific challenges that party struggled with, and the specific opponents it handled easily, the specific moments of discovery and surprise and frustration and triumph that the journey produced. All of these were yours in a way that the contents of most media were not. The nostalgia that these games generate is therefore a specific kind of nostalgia, connected not just to the content of what was experienced, but to the specific quality of who you were when you experienced it, and the specific configuration of circumstances that surrounded that experience. The person who played Pokémon Gold as a child in a specific year, in a specific place, with specific friends and specific rhythms of play, cannot return to that experience no matter how many times they replay the game, because the experience was not the game, but the game plus everything else that surrounded it. What they can do is return to the game itself and find within it echoes of that experience, reminders of what it felt like to be in a world that felt genuinely unlimited in what it offered. The multi-generational quality of the series, the fact that it has now been played by parents who are sharing it with children who were not alive when the series began, creates a specific quality of cultural transmission that is unusual for a video game franchise. The experience of playing Pokémon is being transmitted across generations in the way that other forms of cultural inheritance are transmitted, not just through the direct recommendation of a specific entry, but through the atmospheric qualities of the experience itself. The particular feeling of what it means to begin a Pokémon adventure, being passed from one generation to the next through the games themselves, which retain that feeling even as the technology and the specific content change around it. The act of sharing a Pokémon game with someone who has never played one before, of watching them receive the first partner and step out into the world, carries a specific quality of vicarious pleasure that is connected to the genuine pleasure the activity provides, but is also distinct from it. Watching someone encounter something that has mattered to you for a long time, seeing it through their eyes, allows you to access something of the original experience, while also experiencing something entirely new, the experience of the world being new to someone rather than familiar to you. This quality of vicariously renewed experience is one of the things that gives these games their unusual capacity to continue generating meaning long past the point at which any single playthrough has exhausted what it has to offer directly. The concept of a region as a place that the player comes to know over the course of an adventure that reveals itself gradually through the process of traversal rather than all at once is fundamental to how these games work as experiences. A Pokémon region is not a space that can be understood from a map any more than a city can be understood from a satellite photograph. It is a space that requires inhabitation that reveals its character through the accumulation of specific encounters and specific movements and specific moments of arrival that map reading cannot replicate. The early hours of any Pokémon adventure are hours of disorientation, of encountering named places without yet understanding what they are in relation to each other, of developing a sense of the world's layout from the inside rather than from above. The first gym badge is earned before the region's geography is fully comprehended, and this is appropriate because the badge system was always about forward movement through a world being discovered rather than about the completion of a fully known space. You move toward the next challenge not because you know where it is in any absolute sense, but because the world is directing you there, and you follow the direction while the space around the directed path gradually becomes comprehensible. The moment when a player's internal map of a region becomes genuinely coherent, when the relationship between all the towns and routes and landmarks that have been visited becomes clear as a unified geography rather than a series of connected but poorly understood locations, is one of the most satisfying moments the games provide. It is the moment when the region stops being a sequence of places and becomes a place, when you can stand in any part of it and feel the rest of it arranged around you in comprehensible relation. This moment does not arrive at the same point in every playthrough, and its arrival is one of the rewards that the games offer for sustained and attentive engagement with the world they contain. The late game access that the badge system unlocked, the areas that required specific capabilities acquired late in the adventure before they could be entered, created a quality of return to discovery that was different from first discovery. A player who returned to the beginning of the region after acquiring all 8 badges moved through a familiar space with new capabilities, and the new capabilities revealed things that had been inaccessible on the first pass. This return was both a mechanical process, accessing previously blocked areas, and an emotional one, experiencing a familiar space, transformed by the perspective of everything that had been learned and developed since it was first encountered. The end of the main game, when the region had been traversed from one edge to the other, and the champion had been defeated and the credits had rolled, was therefore not the end of the relationship with the region, but a change in that relationship, a transition from discovery to familiarity, from following a directed path to moving freely through a space that was now genuinely known. The post-game relationship with the region was the relationship of someone who lived there rather than someone passing through, and the quality of that relationship was different in ways that some players found more interesting than the discovery phase, and others found less so. The specific textures, the different generations of hardware contributed to the experience of these games have their own significance within the overall history of the series, because the technical qualities of the platform shaped not just the visual presentation, but the emotional register of the experience in ways that were sometimes deliberate and sometimes unavoidable. The Game Boy's limited palette and low resolution created a visual world that was abstract by necessity, its creatures and environments rendered in broad strokes that required the player's imagination to complete. This abstraction was not a weakness, but a productive constraint, because it left room for the player's imagination to participate in the experience in a way that higher resolution could not have accommodated. The transition to the Game Boy Color brought new possibilities for visual differentiation, but preserved the fundamental quality of small-scale abstraction that had defined the original games. The colors that became available with the new hardware were used to enhance distinctiveness rather than to add photographic realism, keeping the visual world in the register of illustration rather than representation, of suggestion rather than documentation. The creatures encountered in this generation's games were visibly different from each other in ways that the original hardware had sometimes struggled to achieve, but they were still abstractions, still occupying a visual space that required and rewarded the player's imaginative contribution. The Game Boy Advance generation brought the series to a level of visual expressiveness that felt genuinely significant, with creatures that could be rendered in multiple colors simultaneously and with environments that could suggest depth and texture rather than simply flatness and pattern. The third generation's visual world was richer than its predecessors in ways that were immediately visible and that created a stronger sense of inhabiting a genuinely beautiful environment rather than a functionally adequate one. This visual richness supported the emotional ambitions of the game's storytelling in ways that the previous hardware had limited, because the beauty of the world being depicted created a felt reason to care about what happened within it. The Nintendo DS brought a second screen that the series used for map display and for the small creature companion features that became one of the platform's most affectionate elements, adding a layer of peripheral engagement that connected the adventure on the main screen to a quieter and more contemplative relationship with the companion visible on the touchscreen. This use of the dual screen was not gimmickry, but an expression of something genuine about what these games were, their concern with the relationship between trainer and Pokémon visible even in the hardware affordances they chose to use. The three-dimensional capabilities of the Nintendo 3DS transformed the visual presentation of the games in ways that were significant and ways that took time to fully assess. The creatures that moved through fully modeled environments carried a presence and a weight that the previous generation's sprites had not possessed, and the battles that displayed them from dynamic camera angles felt more cinematic and more dramatic than the fixed perspectives of earlier games. But something was also changed by the transition, something connected to the particular qualities of sprite art that three-dimensional modeling could not replicate, and players who had grown up with the earlier games sometimes found themselves missing those qualities in ways that were difficult to articulate. The ongoing conversation about what these games look like and what they could look like, about the relationship between the series' visual history and its visual future, is a genuine and important conversation about what the series values and what it is willing to sacrifice in pursuit of specific goals. Every visual evolution involves trade-offs, and the trade-offs made by the Pokémon series across its history are part of its story, part of what makes the series what it is, and what makes each generation's specific visual quality a genuine expression of a specific moment, rather than simply a technical level that was surpassed by what came after. The birdsong and ambient sound design that accompanied the overworld exploration in these games was one of the series' most consistently undervalued elements, because it operated below the level of conscious attention in ways that made its presence felt without being noticed. Players who turned off the sound while playing experienced something genuinely different from the full experience, not just because the music was absent, but because the ambient sounds that filled the spaces between music cues, the wind through grass, the sound of water, the specific acoustic qualities of indoor and outdoor spaces, were absent as well. These sounds created the felt sense of being in a specific kind of place, even when the visual elements of that place were limited by the hardware's capabilities. The cries that Pokémon produced when they were encountered in battle or sent out by their trainers were the sonic equivalent of the creature's visual designs, attempts to create distinctive individual sounds that could be associated with specific creatures and recognized when heard again. The evolution of these cries across hardware generations, from the brief synthetic blurps of the first generation to the more complex and expressive sounds of later games tracked the same general arc of increasing expressiveness that the visual designs followed. But the original cries, however technically limited, had their own kind of rightness, their brevity and simplicity connecting to the abstractions of the visual world they accompanied in a way that was genuinely coherent. The music that played during the long stretches of tall grass traversal, the route themes whose specific emotional qualities shaped hours of play, was doing important work that is easy to underestimate because it was so successfully integrated into the overall experience that it never called attention to itself. The best route themes created a quality of forward momentum that was appropriate to the experience of moving through the world, a sense of direction and of purpose that connected the player's physical movement through the game space to an emotional experience of being genuinely en route to something. This combination of movement and music was one of the most effective tools the series had for creating the felt sense of adventure, of being in the middle of a journey whose destination was genuinely worth reaching. The ending that this long and unhurried journey through every Pokémon game has been building toward is not an ending in the usual sense, because the games themselves have never been about ending, have always been about the continuation that follows whatever conclusion the story provides. The series has offered many conclusions across its history, many champion battles, and many credit sequences, and many moments where the main narrative arrived at its resolution. But it has always been more interested in what came after those conclusions than in the conclusions themselves, more concerned with the world's persistence than with the story's completion. What these games have always known, and what this long telling has been trying to say in its own slow and gentle way, is that the relationship between a player and a Pokémon world is not a relationship that ends when the story does. It is a relationship that changes, that shifts from the active and directed quality of the main adventure to the quieter and more contemplative quality of the world fully known, and that this shift is not a diminishment but a deepening. The world becomes more itself when you know it completely, when the landmarks that were once mysterious have become familiar, and the routes that were once uncertain have become trusted paths. The creatures who have traveled with players through these worlds, who have grown from fragile beginnings into formidable companions, who have been present for the most difficult moments and the most triumphant ones, remain present in the memory of the players who carried them in ways that feel qualitatively different from the way that most game content is remembered. They were companions in a way that most digital entities are not companions, because the game's design worked to make them feel genuinely responsive to the care and attention invested in them, and the response they offered was real in the way that responses to genuine care are always real, regardless of the medium through which the care was expressed and received. The world of Pokémon will continue to expand across future generations, and each expansion will carry with it the weight of everything that has accumulated before it. The players who come to those future games will bring with them whatever version of the series' history they have personally inhabited, and the games will offer, as they have always offered, a world that is open and a journey that is genuinely theirs to shape. The tall grass will still be at the edge of the starting town. The first choice will still matter. The world beyond the first step will still be genuinely larger than it appears from the threshold. The specific quality of silence that surrounds a Pokémon adventure in its quieter moments is one of the series' most underappreciated gifts, a quality connected to the spaces between encounters and between story beats where nothing in particular is required of the player and the world exists simply as a place to move through. These silences are not empty but full of the ambient presence of the world, of the sounds of the environment, of the gradual accumulation of familiarity, with the landscape being traversed without urgency. Players who have spent long hours simply moving through the routes of a beloved region, catching creatures they did not need, and revisiting locations they had already completed know this quality of silence well. It is the quality of a world that has become genuinely comfortable, that asks nothing and offers everything. The evolution of movement speed across the series, from the relatively slow traversal of the first generation's overworld to the running shoes and faster default speeds of later entries, created a different relationship with the world's geography in different generations. The slower movement of the early games was not a limitation, but a condition, one that required spending more time in any given location, and that therefore created a stronger sense of each location as a specific place rather than simply a stretch of terrain to be crossed. The faster movement of later games served the player's desires for efficiency and for the reduction of friction, but it also changed the felt quality of the world, making it feel slightly smaller and slightly more traversable than the earlier games had allowed it to feel. The bicycle mechanic that appeared in every generation as a way to move more quickly across routes created its own specific experience, the particular quality of speed available to a player who had acquired the right item and was using it through a familiar stretch of terrain. The bike was not simply faster than walking, but carried a different relationship with the environment, the world moving past more quickly, and the encounters accumulating at a different rate. Players who found their favored relationship with the world to be a walking one sometimes found the bike to be a disruption of that relationship rather than an improvement, its speed removing the quality of attention that slower movement allowed. The specific challenge of the Safari Zone and its equivalents, areas where the normal mechanics of catching Pokémon were replaced by a system that offered limited tools and time, created an experience of scarcity and urgency that was quite different from the ordinary rhythms of wild Pokémon encounters. Finding a specific creature within the Safari Zone's constraints required patience and a willingness to accept outcomes that the normal system did not impose, and the creatures available exclusively through this system carried the particular value of things that had required a specific kind of effort to obtain. The Safari Zone was not always beloved, but it was always memorable, and the creatures acquired through its specific challenges were remembered differently than creatures acquired through ordinary means. The Pokémon that could only be found in very small numbers throughout a region, appearing rarely and briefly in locations that were otherwise sparsely populated with other species, created the specific experience of searching for something genuinely rare within a world that was otherwise abundant. The patience required to find these creatures, the repetitive encounters with unwanted species while waiting for the specific one to appear, was a form of engagement that tested something different than battle skill or knowledge of the type system. It tested the specific quality of persistence, of remaining attentive through repetition, of continuing to try when the outcome was uncertain and the wait was long. The shiny Pokémon that appeared throughout the series has extremely rare color variants of ordinary species, distinguished from their standard counterparts only by their different coloration and the brief sparkle effect that announced their appearance, created a category of discovery whose significance was entirely disproportionate to any mechanical advantage they conferred. Shiny Pokémon were not stronger than their standard counterparts. They did not have access to different moves or different statistical profiles. They were simply differently colored, and their rarity was the entirety of what made them special. Yet the response to finding one was consistently one of the most intense experiences these games could produce, because the rarity was genuine and the encounter was genuinely unexpected, and the brief window of opportunity to capture it was genuinely high stakes. The shiny Pokémon was the series' purest expression of the value of rarity for its own sake. The long hours that dedicated players spent hunting for specific shiny Pokémon, resetting the game repeatedly, or traversing specific routes for hours in hopes of the specific color variant appearing, created a relationship with patience and with time that was specific to this activity, and that generated its own community of shared experience. Players who had spent dozens or hundreds of hours hunting a specific shiny, and who had finally found it understood something about sustained effort and its rewards that the ordinary course of these games could not teach. The hunting was its own form of engagement with the game's world, a form organized entirely around a single quality of attention that the world would eventually reward if held for long enough. The concept of a signature move, a move associated specifically with a single Pokémon or a single evolutionary line that expressed something specific about that creature's nature or capabilities, created some of the series' most memorable individual creatures by giving them something that no other creature possessed. A signature move was not just mechanically distinctive, but narratively and aesthetically distinctive, an expression of identity that connected the specific characteristics of the creature to a specific set of capabilities that only it could access. The creature was, in a real sense, defined by what it could do that nothing else could, and this definition created a depth of character that creatures without signature moves sometimes lacked. The legendary Pokémon who possessed signature moves were particularly well served by this design approach, because their unique moves could be calibrated specifically to express what was mythologically or symbolically distinctive about each creature, rather than simply what was strategically useful. A legendary Pokémon's signature move could tell a story about what the creature was, about what forces it represented, and what effects it had on the world when it acted with its full power. The move was not just a combat tool, but a characterization, a crystallization of the creature's identity into a single, repeatable act. The connection between a Pokémon's signature move and its Pokédex entries created a coherence between how the creature was described and what it could do that the game's best designs exploited. A creature described as consuming the life force of those around it would have moves that reflected this quality. A creature described as moving faster than the eye could follow would have moves that expressed this speed. When the correspondence between description and capability was precise, the creature felt genuinely realized, a coherent entity, rather than simply a collection of statistics and associations. The broader story of the Pokémon franchise, the story of how a series beginning as a game about collecting creatures on the Game Boy came to occupy the position it holds today, is itself a story worth sitting with in the quiet of a late evening. It is a story about the specific quality of an idea that happens to be perfectly suited to the moment of its expression, an idea whose time had come in the specific sense that the people who encountered it were ready to receive it and to carry it forward into their own lives in ways that would eventually make it larger than any of its creators had imagined it would become. The specific quality of that original idea, the premise of a world of creatures that could be encountered and partnered and developed, was not complex, but it was complete. It had within it everything necessary to generate the enormity that followed, because it touched something genuine about how human beings relate to the non-human world, about the desire for connection with creatures different from ourselves, about the specific pleasure of mastery developed through patient engagement rather than sudden acquisition. The idea was not a commercial strategy, though it proved to be an extraordinarily successful one, but an expression of genuine interest in a genuine possibility, and the genuineness of that interest communicated itself to the people who received it. The world that has accumulated around that original idea, across all the games and all the media and all the decades and all the people whose lives have been touched by the franchise in ways both minor and significant, is testimony to the specific power of genuine ideas expressed with genuine care. Not every game in the series has been perfect. Not every decision made across the franchise's history has been the right one. The series has struggled at times and succeeded at others, and the specific pattern of its struggles and successes is part of what makes it interesting as a subject of reflection. But through all of it, the original idea has remained genuinely compelling, and the people who have returned to it across decades have found it still capable of offering what it originally offered: the world beyond the starting town, the creature at your side, the journey that is genuinely yours. The night holds all of this now, quietly, without urgency. The games are wherever you left them, patient as they have always been, ready to continue whenever you are ready to return. The adventure does not diminish in the waiting. If anything, it deepens, acquiring the particular richness of things that have been anticipated rather than simply resumed. Rest well. There is always more world to discover, and it will be there when you are ready to discover it. The design of Pokémon villains across the series has traced an arc that is worth following carefully, because each new villain organization represented not just a different threat for the player to overcome, but a different vision of what was wrong with the world and what an adequate response to that wrongness might look like. The earliest villains were defined almost entirely by their actions rather than their philosophies, their motivations sketched in the broadest possible terms, and their complexity limited to whatever could be communicated through brief dialogue exchanges. This sparseness was appropriate to the first generation's storytelling register, where everything was broad strokes, and the player's imagination was expected to supply the details. But it also meant that the villains were the aspect of the game that aged most visibly, their cartoonish quality becoming more apparent with each subsequent generation that demonstrated what a more seriously realized villain could achieve. Team Aqua and Team Magma in the third generation were the first villains in the series to be given coherent philosophies that were connected to specific views about the natural world and its optimal state. The members of these organizations genuinely believed in the goals they were pursuing, genuinely saw themselves as acting in the world's best interest, and the game's presentation of their conflict acknowledged this sincerity without endorsing it. The tragedy of two groups, each convinced of their own rightness, each pursuing goals that would be catastrophic if achieved, and each unable to see the problem with their own certainty, was not fully developed in the third generation storytelling, but it was present as a genuine theme in a way that earlier generations' villain plots had not managed. The expansion of villain complexity in the fifth generation created the most fully realized antagonist in the series' history, and in doing so, raised the bar for everything that followed. The care with which N's psychology was developed, the consistency of his convictions across every encounter, the genuine tragedy of his situation, all of these were achievements that subsequent generations had to reckon with rather than simply build upon. The question of what came after N, of how the series could continue to develop its villain characters, without simply attempting and failing to replicate what the fifth generation had accomplished, was one that different subsequent games answered in different ways and with different degrees of success. The villain teams of later generations tended to acknowledge the difficulty of following the fifth generation by finding different registers rather than attempting to compete directly. The seventh generation's villain, or more precisely the character whose actions drove the conflict rather than the organization nominally responsible for it, worked in a register of genuine human damage and genuine human longing that the fifth generation had approached but not quite reached, the damage of a parent who had lost themselves to an obsession, and the longing of a child who wanted their parent back. This register was quieter than the philosophical confrontations of the fifth generation, but in some ways more immediately affecting, because it was rooted in experiences that required no abstract understanding to feel the weight of. The Pokémon Professor characters who bookended each game's narrative, standing at the beginning as the authority who set the journey in motion and sometimes appearing at the end to acknowledge its completion, formed a lineage of scholarly figures whose specific characteristics reflected each generation's sense of what the study of Pokémon meant and what the proper relationship between human knowledge and the natural world looked like. Professor Oak's generosity in offering his research tools to a child was the archetype from which all subsequent professors departed, and the qualities he expressed, the openness, the genuine interest, the willingness to send someone else into the world to do the work his age or circumstance prevented him from doing himself, were qualities that subsequent professors shared in varying degrees. Professor Elm in the second generation was defined by a more specific and more anxious intelligence than Oak's, a scientist so absorbed in his specific research that the world beyond his laboratory sometimes surprised him. His genuine care for the player and his genuine excitement about the discoveries the journey was producing were expressed through the specific filter of his researcher's personality, which made them feel more particular and therefore more real than a less differentiated characterization might have achieved. Elm was the first professor who felt like a specific person rather than an archetype, and this specificity was part of what made him memorable. The subsequent professors continued this movement toward specific and distinctive characterization, each one expressing a different aspect of what it meant to be a person who had dedicated their life to the study of Pokémon. Some were defined by their particular research focus, others by their relationship to the communities they worked within, others by specific qualities of personality that connected to the region's broader cultural identity. Together, they created a tradition within the series of respected and caring elder figures whose function was to connect the player's adventure to a larger framework of knowledge and inquiry that extended beyond any single journey. The deep nights of a Pokémon adventure, the sessions that extended past the point where ordinary timekeeping had been abandoned and the world outside the screen had grown completely quiet, created a quality of immersive absorption that was specific to these games and to the specific kind of engagement they offered. Other games could create absorption through urgency, through the pressure of immediate consequences that demanded constant attention. The Pokémon games created absorption through interest, through the gentle accumulation of things worth knowing, and places worth visiting, and creatures worth finding, a quality that did not demand attention, but made attention feel like its own reward. The memory of those long nights of play, of emerging from them into an early morning that felt both surprising and perfectly natural, of carrying the world of the game into waking life for a few transitional minutes, was one of the experiences that the generation who grew up with these games remembered most vividly and most affectionately. It was not the memory of any specific in-game event, but the memory of a quality of engagement, of what it felt like to be genuinely absorbed in a world that offered enough to sustain that absorption across the hours without depleting it. The games understood something essential about how to be genuinely interesting rather than simply stimulating, and the deep nights of play were the evidence of that understanding. If this long journey through the world of these games has offered even a fraction of that quality, if it has created a space of gentle absorption that made the hours of listening feel well spent, then it has done what it set out to do. The games themselves will be more generous, as they always are. They offer not just words about a world, but the world itself, available for entry whenever the moment is right, and the tall grass at the edge of the starting town is calling. Thanks for watching. If these quiet details helped you relax, there's another video waiting on the left of your screen. You can let it play as you close your eyes. You might hear something soothing before you fall asleep again.